time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Participants of the quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup and the semi-finals of the FIDE Women's World Cup were determined in Sochi. At this stage, men get tickets to the FIDE Grand Prix series and girls get places in the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament and the FIDE Grand Prix series. Those who passed the 5 rounds of the tournament can already record the tournament as a success. Out of 4 women's matches, 3 winners were determined in the classical games. The only representative of China at the tournament, former world champion Tan Zhongzi, beat Ekaterina Lagno with black in the second game. The first game had ended in a draw. With the same result, and thanks to the victory in the second game, ended the battle between the rating favourite Alexandra Goryachina from Russia and Dinara Sodakasova from Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, in the Russian derby, Alexandra Kostenyuk was luckier than Valentina Gunina. The match between Muzichuk and Dagnidze went to the tiebreak. In rapid chess, the Ukrainian grandmaster was clearly stronger than her opponent. As a result, representatives of China, Ukraine and Russia are among the semi-finalists, which largely reflects the balance of forces in women's chess over the world. In the men's tournament, on the contrary, only 2 matches managed to determine the winner in the classical games. Sam Shankland from USA defeated Peter Svidler from Russia, white. The opening was a sharp and rare version of the Granfeld defense with an early h2-h4 attack. Svidler sacrificed 2 pawns for the initiative. In a position of dynamic equilibrium, where the price of each move was extremely high, Black made a fatal mistake and was immediately punished. Svidler gave up on move 30. The Azerbaijani grandmaster Vasif Durabeyli, playing white against Vidit from India, played extremely unsuccessfully in the opening. Vidit won the match with the score of 1.5 to half and advanced to the quarterfinals. In the first rapid games, Russian Vladimir Fedoseev defeated 18-year-old Serbian grandmaster Velimir Ivic with a score of 2-0, which is a real opening of the tournament. Alexander Grishuk from Russia lost in the first game to Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland and couldn't win back in the second. In the sharp fight between Hikmet Martirosyan from Armenia and Amin Tabatabai from Iran, the Iranian grandmaster was stronger. After a nervous draw in the first game, Tabatabai won the second and advanced to the quarterfinals. Sergei Karyakin and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave started the tiebreak with 3 draws, and then the Russia took over with Black in the second 10-minute game. Meanwhile, in the tiebreak between Etienne Bacrot from France and Kasper Perun from Poland, Kaiser was on the side of the more experienced chess player. Bacrot won both games in the 10+10 control. The match between Magnus Carlsen from Norway and Andrei Isipenko from Russia lasted the longest. In the fifth round, the opponents played a match of 8 games, with the first effective being a 10-minute match. The world champion, who was playing white, won the game, but the young grandmaster from Russia won back in the next game. In Blitz, the Norwegian did not give his opponent a chance, and he won both games and qualified for quarterfinals. After the simultaneous defeat of Grischuk and Lano, the last married couple left the tournament. The most important and interesting stage of the event is ahead. With each round, the stakes rise higher and higher.
Welcome to the quarterfinals of the FIDE World Cup. From tomorrow, we will also be joined by the women who've reached the semi-final stage, and we're very much looking forward to seeing those games. But they have a free day today. It's a slightly different schedule to the open event.
Nigel, and the round, I think, has just begun. Let's go to the playing hall, have some images first.
Yeah.
And then we will get to the games as well.
Okay.
The playing hall. Yes.
So there we have the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, against with black against Etienne Bacrot. I think he survived a mini scare yesterday, and he certainly had a great deal of respect for Andrei Yesipenko, who went down in a very, very hard-fought match. So we'll see what he's going to do here. Bacrot has opened e4.
Well, Etienne Bacrot, who also had to survive the tie breaks yesterday, he lost his first game, and then he bounced back and he won three in a row.
3 in a row.
And Nigel, once again, Etienne is no stranger to this game. And back to 2005, he finished third in the World Cup.
Why not?
Had such an impressive run. So he's a very tough opponent. I had a look at their games, and which is one important element. So Etienne Bacrot has never won against Magnus Carlsen in classical chess.
Right.
So this is a very important psychological factor to take into account. So now you have Sam Shankland is playing against Sergei Karyakin. And so
we're having a regular Spanish opening so far in this game. No Berlin.
Somehow I feel like Etienne is looking menacing, with this shirt, with his
sleeves rolled up, ready for action.
Yes.
So here we have Sam Shankland and Sergei Karyakin, both experienced players, and we'll talk about this in a minute. That in fact, Magnus Carlsen is 30 years old. Etienne Bacrot is the oldest player remaining in this event at 38. So, in fact, clearly the oldest player. Sam Shankland is experienced, 29 years old, and Sergei Karyakin in his early 30s, 31. So, I think this chess is particularly draining, especially when you have this tension of the tie breaks. Older players can come through it, as we saw with Etienne Bacrot yesterday, but it takes its toll. So, which
brings up the subject also of the physical dimension.
The physical dimension is extremely important.
The chess is a sport.
Especially, it's such a long event like this.
Yes, could be called a chess marathon.
It is in a way, and we know that the leading players, many of the leading players, pay a lot of attention to their physical training. Magnus Carlsen certainly takes it very seriously, but guys like Fabiano Caruana also do that. He may not look like the biggest guy around, but he takes his fitness seriously. And as I understand, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who of course will play Magnus in the final, he's been given his orders from the Russian Chess Federation to lose a bit of weight and to get into shape. Did you know this?
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah, well, those are my tips from inside the Russian Federation, that he's been read the Riot Act and told to work a little bit more on his stamina, which he will certainly need in that event.
Your physical form and, of course, your intellectual performance are tied together. They're very closely linked. So there have been a lot of scientific research recently in this field. Well, I will talk about this a little bit later. But Magnus Carlsen pays a lot of attention to his physical shape, has a lot of stamina, and sometimes he wears his opponents down.
He does. Well, he plays long games. I mean, he's a very fighting player, and I think having that endurance in long games is important. Maybe it doesn't make that much of a difference. It's not running the 100 meters after all. It's not quite the same. But anything that's giving some percentage advantage, maybe, an extra 1 or 2%, is worth a great deal at the highest level.
But did you know, Nigel, that, we were talking about chess marathon, but did you know that grandmasters sustain elevated blood pressure for hours in the range found in competitive marathon runners? This is just one scientific proof. I also wanted to talk a lot about adrenaline, endurance, but we will come to this later. Let's get to...
let's get to the other games.
Yes.
Yeah, let's see...
Vladimir
Fedoseev against Armin Tabatabai.
Let's have a look at their board.
If we can move along.
And how old are they?
Fedoseev is 26. He's there with the black pieces. Tabatabai is just 20. So
he's the youngest player remaining.
That's right.
In the event. Yes.
Yeah, and probably didn't expect to get this far, especially when he was facing elimination against Ike. You'll pronounce his name correctly. Tilsin. Yeah. And he was saved almost by a miracle in that game. Although I don't believe in miracles. I believe in nerves, actually. That's how I would describe it.
Well, that's actually also, it is very close to a scientific explanation to how our organism reacts to stress.
Yes.
And, what is the physiological reaction and how our brain is impacted.
Yes.
And we have one other, the last game.
Yeah. So it's... Vidit, Santosh Gujarati, and he's 26 years old. Hopefully we can move the camera to that board. And
he's
up against Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland, who is 23.
Yes. And actually what I was thinking that I think Jan Krzysztof is outnumbered by the fans. He's in India following us every day. So yes, let's greet the chat, of course.
Yep.
He will have a difficult task, actually, because, I've looked at the statistics. Yes, we will have the images just in a second of Vidit and Duda. Vidit never won a classical game against Duda.
Oh, that's interesting.
So today is a very difficult opponent for him.
How many has he lost?
Oh, 3.
3?
Yes.
Well, that's actually significant.
Mm-hmm. So,
on the other hand, when Robert James Fischer went into the World Championship final against Boris Spassky, he was also 3-0 down and never had beaten him before that. So
and it didn't start well either.
It didn't start. I thought it started pretty badly, actually.
And yes, we can see Vidit Santosh Gujarati on our screens. Yep. He's thinking. So let's get to our boards.
Yeah,
we'll get back to,
and please let us know in the chat where you're watching from. It would be fascinating to know how much of an international audience we have.
So we get back to our studio and say thank you to our sponsors once again. This is a very important ritual. So we'll make a quiz. Who is the general partner of this event, Nigel?
Gazprom.
Gazprom.
Did you look at the market capitalization of the company?
Oh,
no, nor did I actually. It's big. It's very big. Anyway.
So Gazprom supplies natural gas and other energy resources, to many countries all over the world. We also have Nordnickel, who is a leading Russian metals and mining company, and it's the world's largest producer of nickel, high-graded nickel and palladium. And of course, we have Fosagra, which is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers, and it supports Russian Chess Federation and FIDE for years. And of course, thank you for all our other partners of this event. There's been so many historical contracts signed recently.
Yes.
This makes me very happy, and I hope that more events will be organized in the future. And that things will get back to normal.
The chat has exploded with people telling us where they're coming from here. There seem to be plenty from Australia, India, Europe. I mean, just Nepal, right?
Nepal,
great. We like that.
Surgut, Northern Russia, yes. We even have French fans, in
yes,
the English broadcast. So
that's very good. That's very United States, Saudi Arabia. I don't believe
Moscow.
North Korea. Somebody's joking. And if you are from North Korea, we're very glad to have you. He's probably the president, actually, because nobody else has access to the internet.
So let's get back to the official broadcast of the FIDE World Cup. Quarterfinals, these are the pairings. Etienne Bacro is facing the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Young Krzysztof Duda is playing against Vidit Santosh Gujarati. Amin Tabatabai also has a very difficult matchup against Vladimir Fedoseev. I think he hasn't lost a game in this event. Sam Shankland is facing Sergei Karyakin.
Okay.
So let's get to our games. With which one should we start, Nigel?
Look, traditional. Let's go for the world champion. Mm-hmm. So this. If we just go back a couple of moves, here, castles and a4, the next move is anti-martial. And, the martial gambit with c3, d5 has a very, very solid reputation. It no longer has a reputation of a sort of wild gambit, which he did in the original days. It's just very difficult for white to obtain anything, even with an extra pawn. Black often has very good compensation, usually has very good compensation, and a lot of people like to avoid that. So, so here we see a4, bishop b7, d3, and these are all pretty standard moves. Bishop d2 is keeping an eye on a5 square.
Yes, bishop d2 is actually a very interesting idea. Do not allow in this knight a5. Nigel, I was looking at the database, and of course, while you were explaining in the opening, the first game which pops up in this variation because of the ratings is between two players rated 3,846 and 3,936.
Yes, and
those are very powerful computers.
Yes, I guess they're more silicon than carbon.
And well,
stockfish. Yes, with
so
lots of numbers after its name. I don't know what these things are.
Two
There.
very powerful programs, and one of the most principled continuations is before here.
Okay.
So that was played by computers in this game, but of course...
And then how is the move knight d4? Is that a move? Is that too primitive?
No, I think this idea exists here as well. So knight d4, let me check if it was played in...
No serious player played that.
Of course. It was played in a game actually last year. Pavel Ilyanov against Ervin Lamy. So knight d4 was played.
Yeah.
Knight d4.
I should try and explain the point of knight d4, because normally you don't like to give doubled pawns, but it's specifically aimed against the knight on b1, which doesn't have a sort of very obvious development. It could go to a3, but normally white will have to try and create something there. Maybe c3 or something like that, or move the bishop.
And of course, and then the bishop on d2 is very awkwardly placed,
Yes.
because you would want to place your knight on
Yeah.
d2, then maybe you should follow up with bishop g5.
And black will try and play c5 and aim for c4 at some point. That would be the idea. So I'm just the engine is not that impressed with it. I just mention it as a human being idea. I am an Englishman, and Henry Bird was an Englishman, so Nigel, he was always playing these silly moves.
You should play c3.
Yes.
In order to provide, some squares for your knight. So c3, something like this could be played actually.
Okay.
Then Magnus is still thinking. So will he go for b4? Or he has something else in mind. You have a few options actually here. You have queen d7, b4, and knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 is...
So, which is more flexible? I think maybe you'll go knight d7, knight c5.
It's a very interesting question. I mean, I simply don't know. I mean, b4 is nice. I presume a5 is the response to this. Is that right? Or c3. C3 was
C3
just...
C3 is played by computers. A5 is, maybe a more human approach. Like, Maxim Vasiliagraph played c3.
Well, he's a computer anyway, isn't he?
So, Jordan Van Forest played a5 in this position. But let's explain, actually. So, b4, a5, but then d5.
Oh, right.
So
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
That's a very principled continuation here. So we have to look at this one, and it could be very dangerous also for white to take this pawn.
But I mean, knight d4 is the response, of course.
What I found interesting in this game is that after knight d5, Jordan Van Forest went bishop c1. What I wanted to show you is because you need to free this knight, so you need to bring it to one of those squares, so That's a very interesting move. So let's see what happens then.
Not very. It's very undogmatic.
Yes, that's what I liked about it.
Yeah.
And then there are also.
Do you have a dog, Almira?
Well, I do.
What's the name of your dog? What's it?
I don't know. Hermione.
Oh, right. Hermione.
Hermione, yes. Hermione,
Right,
yes,
okay.
Because my children are very fond of Harry
Harry
Potter universe. Yes, so
Very good.
So that's she's actually a chess dog. She doesn't play chess yet,
Yeah.
but she's black and white. And now I understand how subconsciously you're taking your decisions
Yes,
as a chess player. So I wanted to understand why do if not all of these moves, but then Queen D7.
One could do that. That's not. I mean, that is a move. Queen D7. Why not?
Okay, now that we have this possibility, then we will probably develop our
Now
knight
I'm
on
going to
C3.
play knight
Yes,
d4.
Knight d4 here.
Yeah, why not? But now you can take a knight e2. That's the point. That's the difference. And then c5, knight g3. And white goes for an attack. So that's and that's the difference, because the knight has been nicely rerouted, and knight f5 is in the air.
Actually, compared to the other lines where you play with knight c3 and where black exchanges these light square bishops by playing bishop e6, what you're aiming for is for the position with the knight against this bishop. So you play bishop g5, you exchange, but that's the biggest difference of this variation, that you still have this bishop. So
Yes.
I don't know how. Would you still go bishop g5 and go for this minor piece exchange? I mean, to keep knight and bishop, or play like knight g5?
I want
bishop
knight
g5.
f5 and queen f3 and queen g3 and queen g7 mate. That's basically...
No, this I understand,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course. But I mean,
that's-
conceptually, which pieces would you keep? You would keep this bishop on the board.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, Magnus, yes, the world champion is still thinking. So, is this a surprise? I can
Have you
reveal
ever
some.
been bitten by a dog?
Yes.
You have? Gosh. I was bitten by Kasparov's dog
Okay.
when I was in Novgorod. I had to play him the next day. And I went out for a walk, and I was bitten by some enormous Russian shepherd dog, which I like to think was Garry Kasparov's, that he put it there. So that's our brief look at this particular game so far. So let's move.
Further.
There are more. Sorry.
No, this.
Right. This is much more interesting.
Okay, this
right.
is a very
let's
interesting opening variation.
Let's see the
Okay,
opening.
they went for this line.
Okay.
Actually, I remember our conversation. You said to me that c6 was a very precise move here.
Uh-huh.
You said to me.
C6?
Yes. It was very interesting.
Really? Okay, go on.
So knight f3, e4,
Yes.
knight d4, d5. c6, of course, is the idea of creating this pawn chain.
Yeah.
So knight d4, cd5, and queen 3 bishop c5, knight c3,
Yeah.
bishop e5, queen e5.
So it's an interesting position.
Okay, let me check this one as
yeah.
well.
I mean, black has wasted some time putting his queen around, but he seems to have quite easy development. So my feelings are that Karjakin is doing fine here. I do want to say something. It was a very small incident before the game, and we took the bus. So I'm staying at the Krasnaya Polyana Marriott Hotel here, and along with a number of the other players. And, you know, we got on the bus, and then Sam Shankland was there, Amin Tabatabai, and then suddenly the bus driver just missed the turning completely for the playing hall. And I don't know where the heck he was driving. He was driving off to Georgia or somewhere. And so I asked Boris Postovsky to question the driver, what he was doing. I don't know. And it clearly upset Sam, as it would upset me. I mean, I was upset, and I'm not playing. I'm just sitting here in the studio chatting away. But, you know, those sort of things, they can throw you off a little bit. And Sam's comment was to Tabatabai is, yeah, and we're the ones playing Russians today, you know. So that was, it disturbed him, and with reason. So I think it was just, in fact, I'm certain it was no more than a dopey driver who was in his own world, and it happens sometimes you miss your turning, but it's his job. And it's a very short journey, so it could be that just a little bit, you know. I mean, it just puts you on edge before the game, and those things are not like super important, but they take their toll during the course of a game. You know, that 20 minutes before the round, you're thinking, where the hell are you being driven? Anyway, that was just a little aside.
And now I have, well, if not the absolute truth in this position, at least a piece of information. They're still following the game between Zbigniew Krajcik and David Navarra. This one is a very rare line, so here like the best move is knight f3, and which was also played in the game. So you actually try to
would
exchange
that
queens,
I would prefer white if the queens are exchanged. I'm more I'm more concerned about the queen dropping back. So it's white's move there.
Yes, sorry. Rook d8, b3 to develop this bishop, because you're for the moment, so bishop f5.
Yeah, that would feel very slightly better, but not too much.
Because, let's see, in this position, are we threatening bishop d4?
Well, why not? Why not? And I don't like rook d1 there.
Mm-hmm.
So rook d1 could be met by bishop g4, unless there is something very, very clever, which I don't see.
Yes, so probably Sam knows this game and he plays knight f3.
Okay.
So you
can drop back. It's also not a big deal. Queen e7 is absolutely okay.
But is it better for black in this position to keep the queens on the board?
I wouldn't be. I would just try and win some time, because if you think about it, if you exchange queens, knight takes e5, you have to waste a tempo moving your rook. So I tend to think in very primitive terms.
Then compare it to the variation that we mentioned here. Let's say when you could develop your bishop on f5. Let's say here, no, after queen e7, maybe I should simply play queen c2. Okay, then this is not, okay, no longer possible. Maybe you can try bishop g4.
Yes.
But then I could also advance with e4.
I don't know, what would you like to do? h3, I would play there.
h3 first, but then bishop h5.
And now knight h4.
And knight h4. Mm-hmm.
And I could claim that I'm advancing on the king side.
Okay,
that's what I would be.
Then maybe can we choose another square? Bishop e6 here. Okay, you have to deal with knight g5 also.
It's a slow position.
Mm-hmm.
b3.
b3. You would still develop your bishop on b2. Mm-hmm. So knight d7 and bishop b2.
Mm. Okay.
Okay, let's
move on. Next one.
To this game. Vidit Santosh Gujarati against Jan Krzysztof Duda. I will try to...
Okay, let's go.
Okay, but
go from the
yes,
top.
You know a lot about this opening. Nigel.
I don't know whether I do know a lot about this opening, so I have experience, but it's not quite the same as knowing anything about it. And a very serious point here, which I'd like to make. It's often a mistake that sometimes we play openings just because we're familiar with them, not because we've really studied them properly. It sort of brings back memories, and we sometimes are making the same mistakes over and over again. So it wasn't a totally facetious remark on my point, on my behalf. So this is a Catalan, as we've seen, castles, and this is, a straight closed Catalan. We've seen these variations where black gives a check and then goes back and saying that the bishop is badly placed on d2, but this is just a straight one. Bishop f4, one can always get these things, and now knight e5. And so Vidit, who is invariably well prepared, especially in lines like this, he's brought his rook opposite the queen. And black's biggest problem here, because black is looking to equalize, is he has very, very slightly less space than his opponent, and also his queen doesn't have a very good square to go to.
Vishanand uses this line very often with black, and what I was trying to find out is that normally here, traditionally black would reply with knight h5, and then what was Vidit's preparation here? Is it bishop d2, bishop c1?
Bishop e3 is...
bishop e3 is the latest trend?
Well, I don't think it's the latest trend. I mean, it's kind of an old move, isn't it?
No, because actually, I have very few games in my database with bishop e3. Yeah. Especially in this...
Maybe I'm getting confused with some other...
No, you have this. Boris Gelfand played it, Peter Leka.
Well, these are known players. This is not...
So Gelfand Kramnik was... But still, okay, you played knight h5. Basically,
Peter Leka, Boris Gelfand, it's not Joe Bloggs at the Bognor Regis weekend tournament, is it? These are serious players.
But the thing is that... the most common reply on all of these moves, so whether you play bishop e3, bishop d2, or bishop c1 is, let's say we try any of those, is to play knight h6 back.
Yes.
So if you don't want to make a draw in this position, you have to choose between bishop d2 and bishop e3. So bishop e3, let's try to understand what is the difference.
And I want to make a sort of general point there that let's say after bishop e3, takes. The key feature is the knight on the rim, and we have seen it a number of times during this event where players have got into trouble with a knight on the rim, and Wojciech, Magnus Carlsen against Radoslav Wojciech was, I think, one of the clearest examples of an exploitation of a very thematic exploitation of an offside knight. So that's all I'm trying to say about this.
So I was trying to understand the difference. Let's say bishop d2, it doesn't really matter. We will start with this one. Normally white opts for c takes d5, c takes d5.
Right.
Knight c6, bishop c6, queen c6.
And
so basically,
and queen.
Here you have two options: queen c8 or rook c8.
I would play queen c8.
So you have, but this is probably the tabi of this variation, which means that white is aiming for this position.
No, I think we've got a couple of moves there.
Yeah, I think knight h5 was played and bishop d2. So
bishop d2. Yeah.
So that's the position. Now you know what he, like your dream position from this opening. You are going for this line, and then black has a choice.
And what is his choice?
So like queen c8 or rook c8.
Oh, you mean
yes,
go back?
Yes.
So he's,
yeah, we will see.
Okay.
He will go back.
Yeah.
So c takes d5.
I would look. I would be astonished if this game ends in a repetition. And of course, he's avoided it. I'm very glad to see. I would have been bitterly disappointed, as indeed would all the thousands of Indian fans, Vidit fans, watching this game.
So he's okay. Let's see once again. So knight c6, bishop c6, queen c6. Let's say if queen c8, then you probably take. No, it's like I don't know what was played. Rook. I don't know, fc8 probably, which is a better. And you finished your development. So
looks very okay.
They're going for this line.
Yeah, they're going for this line. It seems that both players are familiar with this.
And we will see if Jan Krzysztof Duda will go for rook c8.
Oh, he's keeping the queens on. Because I didn't think that was a lot at all, Almira.
You mean after queen c8?
Yeah. I mean, just exchanging queens looked. I mean, it's so slightly better. It wouldn't bother me at all.
Okay, then let's have a look at the move which was played. It's still a theoretical one, but a very.
I went rook c8.
He went rook c8.
Oh, that's why.
Okay.
So
let's
sorry.
check. Yes, because
so we were talking nonsense.
We had queen c8 on our board.
Yeah.
Yes.
Therefore.
Rook c8. Yes, of course. Then, although queen b5 is more played here, Vidit went once again for a more rare continuation. Okay. Yes, queen a4, which was played. I don't know, how did they get here?
Okay.
Played by
so there is a threat to the a pawn. Let's consider these things. Let's try and talk in general terms. There's a threat to this pawn, and slightly annoying to deal with. I mean, queen c7 and queen b7. What else is he going to do?
Queen c7 here.
You've got to defend the pawn. Knight c3, queen b7. I'm trying to make some moves. there's no threat to play rook c4 because, of course, of the pin. Maybe you can illustrate that. I mean, just
you mean okay? Just I make a pass. Okay, let's say rook c4, and then we can take it.
Yeah, we'll show the themes.
Mm-hmm. So I've been thinking, like, if here, if I have a different way of developing my pieces. Can I first start with bishop f4?
You can.
Then
you can.
Queen b7 still.
You're probably going to play knight c3 anyway. You might play knight d2. I don't know.
Maybe
knight d2 is possible. It's and just sort of a very, very slightly favourable position for white. I wouldn't, I just wouldn't make a big difference. I mean, these things are a question of taste.
Nigel, I have one question, because Vladimir Kramnik in this position played knight b8.
Yeah, I was wondering about
that's
that.
What I wanted to show.
Yeah. So I was wondering, because queen takes a7, knight c6,
knight c6,
queen a4, b5 is the idea. So if you take knight takes d4, queen d3, knight c2. So that's
it's a very nice motive.
Yeah,
so maybe you
believe
can
it or not, I actually saw it. I was thinking about it but
was it played on the board?
I don't know whether I'm not sure he's played. You think he's gone queen c7?
Okay, yes, but that was actually an idea, because your knight on b7, you definitely want to improve it.
And maybe we should just exchange the queens the other way. So queen d7, then knight fd7, and then knight c6. That looks like a more harmonious rearrangement of the pieces.
Okay, but he decided to go for a more natural move, queen c7, and knight c3 was played. So that's the position that we have on the board now.
Let's move on, shall we? That's.
And we have another game which we haven't looked at yet. Tapatova against Vladimir
we've got a lot of chess.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So let me check this one as well.
This is called the Queen's Gambit by transposition. Takes.
But was g4 or h4 played at some point? Because it's
bishop f4, c6, e3. Bishop f5. I mean, g4 is known in this position. Knight g2.
Knight f6.
Yeah, the nuances are slightly lost on me. I've generally tried to avoid this line, because I once lost to Garry Kasparov. No, in fact, I've lost to Garry Kasparov many times, but I once lost to him in this line, and I was completely crushed, despite being a long-time Queen's Gambit player, and I felt I just didn't understand the nuances of the position, so I tended to go in different ways.
In one of the recent games, once again, it's a very rare line, so Radoslav Wojtaszek went for queen c2 here, after g6. And only after knight bd7, then he played h4, h5. So maybe
so g6 is clearly covering this square.
So they just transposed.
So h4 is direct, right? Okay, so knight b. Sorry, I need to get rid of these arrows somehow. Never know how to do that.
Actually, well,
h5, rook g8, and so Black concedes the h-file for the time being, but it doesn't look particularly significant. Knight e2, the knight is no longer doing anything on g3, so he's trying to regroup it. Knight h5, well, that's an interesting 1.
Nigel, but maybe one question here. Was it important to react like, okay, white didn't play queen c2, but was it important to play h5 here as in the other game?
I don't like h5 particularly. You give knight...
You mean this
bishop
square?
at g5,
yes. Okay.
yes. So, I mean, you could do it, but why?
Well, I didn't want to give the H file. Let's say maybe there is nothing really. Okay. Let's see. Because to compare to their predecessors, they played queen c2 and h5, so black decided.
Doesn't matter. This can. Quite often in these positions, by the way, white obtains a sort of slow burning attack on the queen side, because he often goes king b1, he plays, if you can do some nice arrows, rook c1, and knight a4 to c5, things like this. But strangely enough, the fact that the h file has been opened could work to black's advantage, because at some moment he may be able to
exchange rooks?
to suddenly obtain counterplay by challenging the rooks on this file.
And then, of course, I have another very straightforward question. Why not bishop b4 here?
Yep.
What is white's idea?
Yeah, that's a good question. One should always consider that. The thing is, the front f pawn is a battering ram in that position, and
you will simply sacrifice it.
Well, not so. You've got to watch out for your g pawn, but you want to play f5 at some point. So that's sort of hanging over black's head.
Okay, I have two options, because certainly I want to castle long, and then let's say bishop f4. Maybe I have
queen f6,
queen d7, and queen f6.
Queen f6 is an interesting move.
And okay, attacking this one and attacking this one.
Yeah.
So this one, it will be a little bit more difficult to take. Let's say I make a pass to show.
I can play.
Maybe I have
bishop g6.
So okay, still
g3,
not the end of the line. But
no, g3 is a much more sensible move.
g3. Okay, after queen f6.
Yeah.
And then probably castle, and then we could use your idea to play
knight a4. That's an interesting one. Yes, knight a4 then. And again, queen takes d4, bishop takes g6. I think this...
I actually wanted to do something different.
Oh, you wanted to go mate?
This.
Oh, yes, and mate. Queen e4.
Queen e4. Oh.
Yeah,
oh,
bishop
no.
takes b7, check. Almira, you're a genius. You're a genius.
Let me show at least the variation, yes, because bishop is, if not queen e4, let's say, of course, I wanted to mate Nigel.
Nigel. My name is Nigel.
En français, so, but queen e4.
Almira.
But still, yes, I have bishop b7 here, and if king b7, knight c5. Check. So
that is a
this
beautiful tactical idea, Almira.
Okay, so you cannot take it.
Okay, what if I... No, well, look, I can't do that, because let's continue.
Okay, let's continue. No, I mean, you cannot take on d4.
I can. You... Okay, let's... So g3. Let's continue that variation.
Castle.
We hadn't finished.
Knight
a4 takes bishop a6, queen b4.
And queen b8. Can I do something like this?
Oh,
No?
Almira. My goodness.
But this is going to be a running joke, yes? So you would go for Queen E7 here, yes?
Yes, I would.
This is how it usually goes. And it's not over.
It's not over, no. Who said it was over? So you can play Queen B5.
Yes, but then...
Queen, King A8,
King
Rook
A8.
B4.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So if you take, I have this one, of course.
Yeah.
So it's a very
So
tricky line.
it goes on and on. So I play Rook B8 instead. No, I can't. Now
No.
Knight B6 check.
Yes.
Knight B6 check takes, and Rook A4. Does that win?
Maybe not yet.
Looks winning-ish.
But that's what we got from a very dry position at the
Yeah.
beginning. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it happens.
it happens. So Bishop B4 should be considered.
Yeah.
But then,
Yeah. No, it's...
of course.
These are some ideas. This is not the gospel.
But then if I leave this knight and if I try to keep this bishop and I will play Queen F6 here.
Yeah, it's possible as well. I think black is okay.
Yes, I will simply take like this. E4 for the moment is out of the question, so... Okay. Is he still thinking, Vladimir Fedoseev?
Yeah.
No, he just made a move. Let's wait for his move. It's a very important positional decision, I think, here. Okay, I don't have the moves yet.
Yeah. Of course, it's not that straightforward, even if you continue that. But okay, because there are sometimes it's difficult to.
Queen A5 was actually.
Yeah, I was going. I was going to say that one of the issues in this position is that if black is castling queenside, which he definitely wants to do, you always have to watch out for knight takes d5 with a pin down the c file.
Okay, just we need to demonstrate it in some way. Let me do this way. Let's say you will do Queen D7. I will do King A1. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Rook C1 is a more.
Yes. No, and I just wanted to show this.
Yeah.
So, because if you'll take, I will simply capture the bishop with my knight, and you still cannot
and we
take
have
here
that
because
of
we have
the pin.
That's simply to illustrate the pin. That's why Vladimir Fedoseev went for Queen A5, and he wants to castle long now.
Yes.
Okay, let's get back to Etienne Bacrot and Magnus Carlsen. He went
Do you
for
know? Can I
D7
just
actually,
quickly, if we just go back to that game?
Just a second.
I want to make a comment about chess culture in different countries. So, Iran is although there are references to chess in Persian literature in Farsi from 600 AD. It is relatively a recent country in terms of our modern sport. And let's not forget, in the 1980s, chess was banned by Ayatollah Khomeini, that well-known Frenchman. I mean, he banned an awful lot of things, music, dancing, Coca-Cola, lipstick, just about anything really was banned. Chess was one of the things that was banned at that time. And shortly before he died, he came to the conclusion that chess wasn't so terrible after all, and that you weren't necessarily bound for hell if you played chess, and it could be played. And the Iranians are telling me it's probably the only reason the game is legal today, because if Ayatollah Khomeini had not overturned his previous edict, then it would have been very difficult for his followers to do that. So, although there was some sort of chess culture there, it's not really until much more recent. I mean, they had international masters like Khosrow Kharandi and so on in the 1970s, playing in interzonal tournaments and stuff like that. But you wouldn't say that Iran was a very strong country, but it has become seriously good in recent years. But I'm just talking about the chess culture here. That look at the choice of Vladimir Fedoseev. It's a sort of classical Queen's Gambit. It's the sort of thing that, from the Russian school, if you go back earlier, the Soviet school, they would be studying these type of structures very, very seriously. And it's kind of in the culture there. Whereas the Iranians that you see now, you've got a very, very young generation. It's a computer generation, some very exciting players, but perhaps not exactly that sort of depth of experience, in certain classical positions. Is that rubbish? Or?
No, not at all. I actually find it very pertinent. I was thinking about another example of the chess culture, and actually the first theoreticians, well, you were talking about the Soviet school, but the first chess theoreticians were coming from the Arab Muslim world, and they were actually composing poems with chess knowledge in it. And so who should we mention? Al-Suli.
Of course.
Yes, and I think this is also a very interesting fact, because for me, when I first read about this, we are trying to combine chess and poetry, and that was already done.
Yes.
And I think this is such a beautiful exercise.
And they already had professional chess players in the Abbasid Caliphate of Baghdad. And, in the 900s or whatever, my history isn't good enough, 900 and something AD. So they were, so more than 1,000 years of professional chess.
Mm-hmm. And let's get back to this game. You remember I've mentioned this Queen d7. And after knight c3, with the idea that now it allows knight a5, bishop a2 c5 to close the battle for the d4 square. So here knight e2, threatening the knight, to take the knight, and knight c6. And what... Yeah.
Somebody's saying Nigel visited Iran twice, and I have visited Iran considerably more times than that. I used to be the national coach of the Islamic Republic of Iran, so I do have some knowledge of the place, more than average. Let's put it like that.
There's been. We can see now how strong Iranian players are, especially now in the ladies' event. So you have so many young, talented players. And coming back to this position, so knight c6, should we play knight g3 here? Should we play c3 here? What are our options? And what is your bishop doing on d2?
Well, not too much. Not too much.
What happens after knight g3?
Knight g3 is pretty normal. Looks very okay. The things you always have to be concerned about when you are black here is a knight appearing on f5 at some awkward moments, and your typical sort of defensive setup, you very often want to put the bishop back on f8.
Yeah, so you want to play rook
yeah,
e,
but you always have to bear in mind knight g5 there, and these are tactical moves. So
Etienne just played the move. Let's see. I think he went for knight g3. Yes, he went for knight g3. So that was actually our suggestion. So Nigel, you're supposed to...
No, I'm not, sorry, I'm laughing because the international category international arbiter Shokhri Bayat is from Iran originally. She says Nigel knows more about Iran than me. I think she's exaggerating a tad.
She's supporting us in the chat.
Yes, that's right.
Well, let's greet once again everyone in the chat.
Yes, indeed.
And knight g3 was played. So Nigel, how to deal with all these threats? Like you cannot play rook e8 for the moment. Yes. You don't want to play h6 here by no means.
I don't. I tell you, the funny thing is, I like White's position. I just somehow when you, I'll tell you how it goes. Because I struggled in these anti-martial positions against in the World Championship final against Garry Kasparov, and I could never feel them. I mean, Magnus Carlsen is altogether on a different level, his level of understanding. But the problem, essentially, if I can talk in sort of basic terms, is when you place your bishop here, you no longer cover this square. And the bishop is often well placed on b7 if black can affect a d5 advance, or d5 at some point, then the bishop is well placed. But if you fail to get in some sort of break, and you can even assume the initiative, by the way, when this happens. So it's not as though black has a prospectless game and he's doomed to passivity. Not at all. Black has taken some space on the queen side, but it can be that sometimes you're essentially looking. I'm going to draw more arrows. Sorry, you're looking at this little wall here. It's not quite opposite, but it makes it difficult sometimes to activate. So you really kind of need some sort of d5, but d5 always has some sort of potential tactical drawbacks, because in particular with this pawn here, e takes d5, and then suddenly the rook is coming this way. So I'm just trying to explain the ideas.
Nigel, and one of the most important ideas is also, which is coming from the Giocopiano, is that very often you try to exchange those bishops. This bishop is very powerful.
Yes.
So very often you're trying to play bishop
sometimes
e6.
You even go back, but you see here.
Sometimes I mean, even when you developed your bishop on b7.
Yeah, but yes, you do. There are a number of lines where you go back to c8 and you exchange.
And you play bishop e6.
You play bishop e6, but with Her Majesty on d7, it's a little bit awkward. So right now, I don't find the right plan for Magnus. And the fact that he's thinking about it means it's not, I would suggest, it's not obvious to him either. He may well, very well, because he is the greatest player of the current generation, he may well find an excellent regrouping. But you see there, he's hard in concentration. I wouldn't say, he's unduly perturbed, but this requires a proper planning. You can't go one move at a time.
Okay, so let's just demonstrate that d5, he takes d5, knight d5. Even if we can use the martial motive, maybe here it doesn't work. No, can I take here? And cannot, knight is protecting the king, so it shouldn't work. No, Nigel, here.
No,
this motive,
no.
you simply take.
No.
But you have bishop f6 here.
Oh, well.
Okay, and you see?
True.
I was
True.
just, I don't know, I made it work out by miracle, of course.
Yeah.
Maybe, but still, maybe you're not forced to take.
It's possible. And possibly c3 is a move there. You know, sometimes you can do that.
Here?
Yeah, even
yes, but
here.
then you get the typical gioco piano position.
Not necessarily, because the e-pawn is weak, and that's difficult to defend.
I could go for f6, but
It
is very dangerous.
But I think
irresponsible, of course.
You can do it. You can do it. You always have to think about, maybe we don't do it yet. There are other moves like knight h4, maybe, or d4.
I always want to meet, when I play this with white, I always want to meet f6 with d4.
Yeah, could be.
But is it time here? What I didn't like in this line is that you take, and you close my bishop.
Yes.
And I think this is also a very typical reply.
That is a typical theme. If knight takes d4 is not a good move. But
okay.
So he's made a movie.
Oh, let's see. Oh, that was just.
What's he done? Has he played d5?
Knight g3. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's RPG. Maybe he's played d5.
We still have... Yes, the move appeared on the board.
Yeah, so he blundered like you. Almira. That's
But it's just my pure spirit of contradiction. You said that it didn't work.
You see, there's a little pause there, because I think he didn't... Yeah, there was just a little pause.
He didn't expect this.
I don't think he expected it.
Let me check if this was at least tried
whether this
in the
was
game.
played.
Yes, knight g3 was played, and black went. Well, Grandmaster Jansa played knight g3, and knight d4 was played, and g6 was played. Okay, Matulovic, Milan. So
ancient theory. Yes, Matulko. Very famous player.
So d5 appears to be, a novelty for the moment.
Yes.
It's like...
it's a novelty. Well, yeah, I mean, you called it. Almira, you should be playing that. Why were you playing in the women's event? You should be here in the quarterfinals of the Open, beating your fellow countrymen. Etienne Bacrot with this breakout. But
You know,
I mean,
the
it's
only
funny.
way you come up with these
Yeah.
moves is when you get a thorough explanation of all
you
the
see-
ideas in
you
the
see,
openings.
You know, people are. We have been talking here, and I see one or two people are sort of thinking, "Oh, show us something else," you know. And you know, what if we said? I said, D5 is the thematic move. It is the move you want to play. I failed to notice the tactical justification for it. But I was saying it's difficult for black to arrange his pieces otherwise. So D5, it is a forward move, and it changes the nature of the position quite a lot.
Okay, let's.
So I think you should take.
Well, that's really.
You know,
try
I mean,
to,
just
but should we take here?
I
then?
don't think so. I like C3. I like just to
C3.
control some squares. And then I'm thinking if you play F6, which is because how are you defending that guy? Do you need to defend it? I don't know. And could I?
I think that now I'm threatening to take.
Okay, now
especially
knight H4.
Knight H4 here. Okay, let's see. Okay.
And I start going for some typical play. And again, always.
Yes, because this could be also
Yeah, Queen H5
met
is.
by
yeah.
Queen H5, and it's a very
Yeah.
dangerous
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah, it is. And after this, it ends abruptly with checkmate. So, of course, this is a ridiculous variation, but these are the sort of tactics which are they're typical in
And
these
it's not
in
so
these
easy.
positions.
What Nigel is is explaining in this position. There is no easy way to defend this pawn, because I think that after bishop f6, this knight comes into play, and you can even play knight h5 here. You know, you can take.
Yes,
and
yes,
then,
yes.
So
No, knight h5 is very
this
annoying.
knight is hanging.
So it is a question on how you deal with this.
And even knight e4. So a lot of possibilities. I like.
Yes.
C3 is was a very tricky move. You know,
Ooh,
once again, you're
yes.
not going for this straightforward line, and you're preparing the ground for, well,
Yeah.
for knight h4 and
Well,
queen h5.
you're taking away. You're stopping knight b4. You're stopping knight d4, which was not an immediate threat. But sometimes you're also playing your queen out to b3. I mean, this is another theme as well. So I can give you an example of that. If you play f6. I could play a takes b5, a takes b5, queen b3.
They have knight a5 there, no?
Yes, yes.
Should I?
Yeah, well, you can do this. And now I drop back to c2. And I'm just saying that this starts, I can now start to think about some threats, sometimes against h7 with the queen on c2. If you understand.
You have even this maneuver.
Yep.
And d4.
That's
what you had in mind.
That's
yes,
what
okay.
I have in mind. So
And then d4 and opening this diagonal. Yeah, that's one of the maneuvers that you have to think of course. Bishop b1 and to have this battery. So Etienne is still thinking. Let's get back to our games, Nigel, no? And then we will come back to this one.
yes, let's go.
Not much has happened. So he went for your idea, queen c7,
Yes.
queen b7, of course, and we wanted to know what plan white will choose in this position. So he went for e3, a6, queen b3, rook c7, b5, and knight e2 here. So bishop a5, is it a threat?
It's one of the ideas, and the other idea is knight f4 to d3, and
yes.
that's the optimum square for the
knight
knight.
c5, yeah.
And once the knight is on d3, it can
Or-
threaten to enter at any point.
And we are also fighting for the only file, for the only open line in this file in this position, the C file. So
Yes.
knight e2, maybe rook c8.
Yes, you can do that.
And I want to exchange
and
both
then
rooks here.
We could. Well, I will take one rook. You could take with the queen. I don't know. Maybe.
Take with the queen, rook c1, and you simply queen
Yeah.
b7.
Yeah, that's possible.
I want for them.
And you want to take control this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then maybe queen c8. I don't know. For the moment, if you go knight
It's
f4
gone.
here.
It's gone knight b6 instead.
Okay. So he's going for c4. But knight b6. Okay. Then bishop a5. Then you take, and then knight c4.
That is correct.
So this doesn't work.
But there is another possibility. We could just play knight f4, or maybe to take
You mean
to take
to
first.
use the same motif to take on
Yeah.
c4?
No,
Okay.
maybe I should take first on
c7.
c7. Queen takes, and now knight f4. And knight, if you play knight c4, you could do that.
I wanted, yes, to.
I'll play
to trade queens.
bishop f1. And I'm not sure you want to exchange Almira.
Here, not no, because
No.
this will be a disastrous exchange. First of all, you control these squares, and your rook is becoming very active, of course. So, then could I wait here, Nigel? Bishop f1, and I will go queen a4.
You can wait.
So, well,
You can wait.
and knight c4 afterwards.
Knight d3 anyway.
It's a very strange idea. eh?
Bishop e1. I'm just not concerned. I'm going to ignore everything you're doing. Queen d1. I'll just keep going backwards. And what,
Okay, b3 is the threat.
what I'm going to claim is that white
That was absolutely useless.
white has a very slight advantage here,
So even
and
if I take now,
it's a very slow-paced game.
okay, that's what I would just wanted to.
And just if we can look at the highlight the c5 square, that at some point this could become a serious weakness.
Yes, that is the biggest difference between the squares c4 and c5.
Yes,
Actually, this one is weak
that's,
because you cannot attack it with the pawn, and b3 could be protected, and your knight would be attacked. So this square is weak. This one is not. And I do agree this was a bit artificial. So after knight f4, we wanted to try knight c4.
I think I wanted to exchange first.
Yes, to exchange, sorry. You wanted to take on c7, knight f4, and knight c4 here. We wanted
Yes,
to try.
bishop e1.
Bishop b1. And then...
Same idea. Knight d3, queen move, and then
And b3,
and
yes.
b3 at some point. Yes, so exactly the same idea. So it's a subtle game, where I think white has an edge, and long term, the bishops could have some part to play. Short term, I think it doesn't matter one jot. Particularly the bishop on g2 is very ineffectual. But
So
you can very often put that back on f1 and suddenly create some threats against the queen side. Shall we go elsewhere? Shall we
Yes.
move on? Let's hop around.
Sam Shankland is having white pieces against Sergei Karyakin. We left it somewhere here after knight f3. They
Yes.
still follow the game.
Yes.
So rook d3, knight e5, rook d8, b3. And the difference is that Sergei played bishop e6. Actually, he
Yes.
developed his bishop on e6. Bishop b2, knight a6.
And we should just point out with bishop b2, the no, what am I talking about? I was going to go
Rook d2.
rook d2. Yes, so rook d2 is possible, but then
You have knight a4 maybe.
at some moment,
Yes, at some moment.
and maybe you play
Also.
rook d1
First.
even, because that could be, let's say,
Perhaps, yeah.
could do that. Rook d1, but rook takes b2, and then knight a4 is quite annoying for black. If rook c2, knight takes c5, and there is a back rank mate.
So that's
And so
the threat.
this,
first.
and here he would be well on top. So these are just little tactics which are definitely not going to be seen in the game, were not seen in the game.
And you cannot play 97.
Yeah, and you can't do that because of this weakness of the back rank.
Okay, so that's why he went for knight a6 here, not rook d2, so rook a d1,
Yes.
bishop e7.
So
He wants to bring his
covering the
knight
back
on c5.
rank, but also I'm not sure
Not
whether it may go there,
Or
it
here?
may go to c7.
Here,
I'm not
okay.
quite. It's not clear to me. Could go to b4. So I think it's just a useful defensive move.
And knight e2 was played here. Knight d2 with the idea of playing knight f4. Maybe knight d4. It depends, of course. For the moment, this knight covers d3 square. So if I start with knight b4,
He's done it. He's in like Errol Flynn. Yes, that's right. Knight b4.
he already okay, because that was the first move that I had in mind, because I was thinking, okay, if we could use knight e2 at some point, okay, and threaten the pawn a2 pawn, and then maybe to play knight d5. So you use the momentum to transfer your knight with the tempo.
Yes, although here I quite like knight d4.
Okay,
And the point being, if you play knight takes a2, I have knight takes e6 and bishop h3.
Sorry. I didn't want to do this.
Yeah.
Bishop d5 I wanted to do.
You're coughing, Almira. Hope it's not you know what.
Yeah, just-
Okay.
everything is right. Here is I wanted to play bishop d5. I don't
knight
want.
f5.
Oh, yes, knight f5. Okay. This one I haven't seen. Okay, bishop f8. I still have
Yes, you
one
can
more.
still do that, and then maybe a3. You can take. King takes. Knight d5 is possible. My feeling is it's slightly better for white, but I'm not sure. King f3 perhaps.
Can't you go knight c4 here? But then,
I could, but why?
I wanted to push e4, but for the moment,
But that's why I was playing king
yes,
f3.
Okay,
I
with the same idea. Yes.
Yeah, because
King
I wasn't
f3.
in a hurry.
Okay, so that is the. You have this pattern of activating your king immediately.
Yeah.
Yes, with the idea of pushing e4, and might be unpleasant. Maybe I should exchange this knight. I cannot play this. You have this.
Yes, this could be very,
I
very
cannot.
awkward.
This knight is.
Sometimes
very
these
dangerous.
little creeping moves with the king, they can be quite awkward to face. You often get that in the Catalan, that you get this king edging closer to the center in the endgame, and then suddenly when some pieces come off, the fact that it's a bit further up the board makes a big difference. And here
look at this king and look at this king. Yes.
Yeah. So my feeling is that Sam Shankland is doing okay. I'm just wondering whether there are some other possibilities.
After knight b4 or
after knight b4. I'm just wondering.
You tried knight d4. Okay, we can also play with the same idea.
I know knight d4 is good because I want to cut out knight c2 as a move.
And you also wanted to have knight f5, so maybe there are a lot of ideas linked to this move. And
so I'm feeling.
So what you wanted to show is that you have this.
Knight takes e6 takes and bishop h3, and this looks dangerous. I mean, again, it doesn't win; it's only a check. On the other hand, it's a very, very unbalanced position. He's played knight d4. It's an extremely unbalanced position, endgame, where this tends to favor the bishops. So white may be able to win just by getting his pawns rolling up the center of the board. So my feeling is that Sergei will not allow this.
No, he will most certainly go for bishop d5.
Yes. All right.
Bishop d5, yes, we've analyzed the wish. We'll see bishop d5 and knight f5 here.
Okay.
Amin Tabatabai against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Somebody's asking about the women's section. I will just point out again that it's their free day, and we will be covering their games with great pleasure tomorrow. And I'll just tell you what the pairings are. It's Alexandra Goryachkina, the former Women's World Championship finalist, a very tough player. I mean, she is so determined. I think she's I mean, she's technically very strong, but she's got that grittiness which very few players, male or female, have. This determination to win any position, and she just goes. So she's already extremely strong. Against Anna Muzichuk, very fine player. And then the other one is, how many Chinese women were
only one. That's
from the beginning.
From the beginning, that's the only Chinese player.
Yi, who and she's playing against Alexandra Kostyniuk. So we look forward to seeing those games.
Both former World Championship champions. Yes.
Yeah. So we're looking forward to seeing both of those games tomorrow when we come back. So we'll have more things to cover.
Nigel, what I wanted to say, because I had a look a little bit, I wanted to understand the qualification pattern.
Okay.
So what we announced, of course, is that like the first 8 players are qualified for the Grand Prix series.
Yes.
Of course, this includes Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
So it means Magnus does not participate in this cycle. I mean, he does not qualify,
via this cycle, because he's automatically qualified.
So it also means that the 2 players who will get their qualification for the candidates tournament, they don't take part in this as well. So it means that only 5 players from this tournament, it depends, on their places, will qualify for the Grand Prix and for the candidates. So this is also very important to understand when, to know what is on stake.
That's important to mention it, and we'll be mentioning it again later as this continues. But we're getting really to the, as I like to say, the business end of the competition now.
And actually, I mean, Tabatabai has a historic chance, to qualify for the candidates, and he has already qualified for the Grand Prix series.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look at the position after Queen A5, A3, Castle, as you've predicted, and Knight A4, of course, was played, Queen C7. Okay, now that the knight moved to A4, the queen got back to C7, attacking this knight, and that was a direct threat, so G3.
Yeah. The bishop moves because one of the things that Black needs to do, he needs to activate his knight from the F8 square. So that knight has to be on a better route, probably to either to E6 or to D7 and F6 and start coming into the position. Once that knight has moved, Black will be able to oppose rooks on the, because this is dropping a pawn.
Just wanted to show that you couldn't start with knight D7.
So you have to make, there's an elementary logic to it that, you see what you want to do, but then how do you go about achieving it, and you put the little building blocks in place. So first you move your bishop, then you're moving your knight, then I think you're looking to exchange the rooks, because the thing is that white may obtain some pressure. It's a very frequent theme that white gets this play down the c file, and the moment Black gets to challenge down here, there is the question, if white is to continue with his attack, he can't maintain his rook on H1. So either he has to give that or abandon his attack on the other side. So these are my thoughts.
Nigel, and actually I really like the maneuver Vladimir Fedoseev used. First he played bishop G4, rook C1, because I think that he would go for repetition here.
Yeah,
so okay,
I'd exchange on the E2,
on E2
and just continue.
So you wouldn't be
I wouldn't
here.
be bothered with if I had this position with Black, I wouldn't be bothered at all. You can make a draw, or you can I just wouldn't be concerned. I think Black is doing okay.
And so what I liked about his next move is this. He played bishop F3. So you no longer can keep, the control of the H file. You have to go. So rook H1, then knight D7, B4. So for the moment, he can, use his rooks for something else.
Yes.
So B4.
Time to move the king. Time to get that king out of the way.
King B8, of course, and bishop, queen B3, and knight B6.
Yeah. We're getting a nice compliment here. There is someone who is trying to work from home, but he's watching us.
I think there is no better compliment. But I always notice that myself sometimes. I have so many things to do, but then I will watch for 15 minutes. These games are so interesting, and then I find myself 3 hours later.
But I always wondered about that.
Screen.
Sometimes you have these sporting events on during the week. And they have these high numbers, and then it goes to the weekend, and then they drop. And why is it? It's because people are sitting in their office and trying not to do whatever tedious task they've been asked to do. And they're sneaking a peek at the chess or whatever like that. So
what is more surprising is that the Olympics are underway right now, you know.
Yes,
and that we managed, you know, to keep our audience. It's
yeah, well, we have our online audience. I mean, I think that's what it's a big digression. I don't really want to talk about the Olympic Games, but it's a pity when you don't have the full stadiums.
Yeah, of course.
And it makes an enormous difference to the occasion, the drama, the expectation when you have.
But on the other hand, the athletes have worked so hard. Like it's already been postponed for a year. So instead of 4 years, they've been waiting. Sometimes the Olympic medal, it's all the chance they've get.
Yes.
And the amount of work, of sacrifice that's been done is enormous. And knight c5 was played, Nigel. White continues with the standard plan in this position. So as you said, maybe we should, what should we go, rook h8?
Somebody said same story about watching hope my manager doesn't find me. That's very good.
We'll write a manifesto. I think that's in your defense.
Yes.
What should we do here? Rook h8, as you suggested earlier, or he's actually leaning for another rook, so maybe rook e8 then, or rook.
He's going for the bishop.
He's going for the queen.
Going for the queen. Yeah.
Queen is
that's logical because the rook was opposite the queen, so you just sort of move out of the way. You dodge.
Did we have?
Okay,
b5?
sure.
Okay,
sure. So it's
let's
there.
say if we try rook h8, just to imagine the position. So b5 was a threat. Okay, you cannot take, of course, because there is knight a6.
Yes.
Check and winning the queen. So
yes.
Queen e7 seems logical. Then how do we normally react on b5 here?
Well, after queen e7.
For example, if I play b5
here,
here,
b5,
you would
rook c8.
Rook c8, you don't want to take here.
Well, I could take, but I'm just wondering whether I can. It might be more precise to play rook c8 and then to take.
e4.
Yeah, I'll take now.
And take
I'll
now.
Take, yeah, because I'm putting extra pressure on the. We've had some more moves.
What did they play? Yes, we will wait for the moves. And it was not so obvious for me how to react with black. b5. So you simply want to open the c file, but I will go for this, a4, a5 here.
Bishop takes
c5?
c5 at some moment.
But now, okay, how do we continue here?
Well, let me think. So if I play g5 first, I'm not sure whether that's strictly necessary. Maybe I'd put it back. I have a question. How is it if I just play bishop takes c5? What are you going to do?
Here, instead of
g5, yeah.
Bishop c5, I wanted to take with...
Yeah, now knight c4.
Knight c4,
and it's possible you've overextended.
Yes, I understand this. Okay. Well, you said, just to show that do we have rook c5 immediately here?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
the tactical plan. So he went for a4. It's not rushing things for the moment, and
quite
preparing.
Right, quite right too.
Maybe we can start with a5 and then b5.
That's much better.
Okay.
That's much more logical. b5 is premature.
So let's say rook c8. Maybe we can start with a5 here.
Yeah, a5, knight d7. Feels a little uncomfortable for black, but maybe it's not.
Yes, I
I've
cannot
sort of changed
move
my
knight.
mind on this, you know.
So I cannot move knight a4 because you have the bishop b4.
Yeah,
So
still not so easy to make progress. Okay.
Okay, and shall we get back to yes?
People are asking about Magnus.
Yes,
so
we are. So d5 was played. Oh my God, c3 happened.
yeah.
Rook a d8.
Okay, so
Check,
you know, rook a d8. We're going to say very dynamic, very whatever about this. Actually, he doesn't have a good way to defend his e-pawn. I mean, so you know,
So
these
has
things
to
are
sacrifice.
not necessarily like brilliant sacrifices. It's just that you have to go for some initiative sometimes because the alternative is worse. So, you know, is he going to have enough compensation? We'll make some more moves and we will try and understand it in our limited way.
But that's exactly why we've spent so much time
Yes.
trying to understand the position before.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that was the conclusion, that we didn't find a comfortable way to defend.
Everything
the
was
pawn.
sort of a little bit awkward.
So Etienne went for it. He took on in e5.
Well, you see now, now it's in a sense you don't have a choice because what else are you going to do here with white other than take this pawn?
So bishop f6, which we used in the previous line, doesn't work here because c3 was played. Sorry, and you cannot
so
take
he's gone
it.
here.
He went for bishop d6.
All right.
Okay, this doesn't work, of course, because you have this.
It's a little tactic.
And this. And you recapture simply. So he has to go back, rook e1 and knight f4.
And people are saying it's super interesting. The funny thing is, it may not be super interesting if white cannot do something in the next few moves. So I'm just wondering, you know,
but you have to take.
Well, it looks G2 is.
So you have to take, and then you should calculate.
You know, what is my first thought here? My first thought is Queen H5.
What would be the standard reaction in Marshall? Okay, it's very unusual that you have the knight on G3 already, but this is hanging.
Well, it's not a Marshall. It's just it's got some qualities, characteristics of a Marshall.
Could you use an idea?
I'm not sure. It's strictly analogous.
Yes. Okay. The knight is on G3. The pawn is hanging. So.
And I just want to make a general comment that I think if white were to play, for example, bishop b1, then just on general principles, black has adequate compensation. He's got two bishops, an open game. He's got better development for the barest minimum material sacrifice. I'm not saying that he would be able to force a way through. Maybe he wouldn't be able to, but just on general grounds,
so we should play probably.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure, Almira. What do you think? I start looking at Queen C6 instead of that.
I immediately,
you know, just you know, pose a question, because I don't think black is white really wants to play f3 or something like that. So bishop b1, I think it honestly is a ridiculous move. But I would even prefer to have the black pieces here. But we're trying to show, because people may say, well, why doesn't he just defend? And it is a valid point.
What is interesting is that Etienne is still thinking here. So is there a way to defend both pawns here?
I'm not sure. I think he's considering his follow-up.
Oh, okay.
So the other way to play, a more combinative way to play, is knight e4.
Here?
Because this is a counter-attack. And by the way, now knight 6 c5 is killing. So black cannot take this.
Yes, I like this knight e4, but then...
So there is the question on, what should he do here?
And even if you think that you could make a draw with the opposite color bishop, this is not at all true in this position.
I would be taking with the rook.
Oh, you would be taking with the rook, because I wanted to stabilize my bishop on d5.
I mean, c4 is going to happen. Well, actually, bishop takes h2 check is an even stronger move, showing my tactical skills.
Oh, yes, so this is not possible.
Yeah, not possible.
Yes,
I failed to notice, just on general principles, I was not doing that, but bishop takes h2. Queen c7 check, and rook takes queen.
So then here you would take with the rook.
Yeah.
Attacking the bishop.
Where does the bishop go? It's not that obvious where this should go.
Okay,
and then perhaps I do play rook e3. Depending if your bishop goes back on the other the longer diagonal, then it's not a longer diagonal. I can't count. Whatever it is.
Which one do you want? Tell me. Which one?
Let's say if it goes back there, it is a longer diagonal. Yes. Yeah, that's. Then rook e3 could be played, or d4 even.
Even d4.
Yeah.
Okay, but
so
you should keep the bishop.
Yeah, I mean that position would be. Even that, you don't say is necessarily a forced win or anything like that. But white is a pawn up, and white has prospects to win. I mean, that's a safe, comfortable pawn. But how does he deal with this?
I was thinking about queen f5. I didn't want to give up the bishop, but now I defend.
Okay.
This one, and I keep my both of them.
So if I play queen f3 here.
Queen f3. Threatening g3, and winning a piece.
It's a little bit awkward for black.
I agree.
The moment you start pinning yourself.
So queen f5 doesn't work as well. Then, sorry, what else can we consider?
I'm not quite sure. We've got c4 maybe with a similar idea. I mean, I could play c4 now.
C4? You mean if I take take on
in fact,
h2?
you can take on d. In fact, I can even take on d1 and take a piece.
And take on e4. Okay, depends. So let me get back to this position. Yes, this is also possible. Just explaining and taking a piece. So there are two tactical motives after c4.
Yes.
You cannot take, so you have to play d4 here.
So let's have a look at d4 and maybe queen c6 or queen c7. I don't know. Queen c7 perhaps.
And why not queen c6?
Queen c6 is possible.
Because it's threatening f5. I don't
Yes, queen c6 is possible. And this is some danger.
once again, and I want to play f5.
Yeah. I could play queen g4. But then you could perhaps play bishop h2 check.
Yes, exactly. That was my, at least now, I wanted to play f5.
f5.
And let's say
Yeah.
queen somewhere and taking and opening the f file.
Yes.
So this is a very nice position.
Yeah, that looks like the black would be doing fine. We could actually do it better.
So how did we go here? Knight e4 and c4.
Has it been played?
No. That's still our analysis. I don't have. Yes, as we see, Etienne Bacroix is still thinking.
So if we go knight c5, we've got the same trick.
What
do we?
mean? Knight c5?
Yeah. Do we have bishop h2?
If we start, yes, bishop h2.
King h1 looks like it's going to run into queen h3.
Queen h3. Okay, I wanted to.
But takes knight takes and then queen h4. Is that any good?
I am doing.
You might have
bishop
this.
h4.
Oh, it's all too exciting for me, Almira. King g1, check, maybe, and now c takes d3.
So this is mate in 1. C takes d3. Do I have? You want to play bishop g3?
I do.
Yes.
I do, because I'm mean.
This,
Mr. Mean.
You know, I would have a feeling that this is sort of a psychological attack, but it works.
I don't think it's psychological.
So it does work. And
Yeah, so takes
knight e4, c4.
yeah. Here.
Knight,
Let's see.
okay, we are trying all the options.
So let's have a look at bishop h2. We can consider taking it.
If I
we take queen somewhere check, king g1. You take, I play d4, and I don't think I'm particularly excited about this. No.
But on the other hand,
black is fine.
But
black is fine.
Is it more than that here? Because
black is fine. Yeah.
I should.
So black is doing fine. So
I don't want to play f3 here because after rook e8,
yes,
that's the huge problem. So rook e8.
So he's taken. He's gone knight e4.
Okay, but let's see.
Let's see.
Because after rook e8, I cannot play queen c2 because you will have bishop f3. Okay, I don't have queen d2. Okay, maybe I can take, and play something like queen f1, but after rook e3. I don't know, this is a very dangerous position, so let's see. Sort of religious silence,
Yeah,
in the studio, we're trying to understand. Yes,
I'm also looking at these comments.
Should we wait for Magnus's move?
Yeah, let's. Well, I think we should move on. We've examined some of the themes here.
So we could take a small break. I meant it's.
Right.
Yes, that was the suggestion.
Yeah. Maybe we just have a quick look at something else, and then we'll.
That's a very interesting idea.
That has changed.
Because no, he decided to sacrifice. Yes, let's just have a look at this because on a4, black played g5.
Yeah, I thought that was coming because you have to break the back of this. It's a sort of So he take. And as I said a very, very long time ago, it's probably going to be black who takes the H file. And that indeed has happened. Rook h2.
Rook c2, so defending the pawn.
And now he's gone in, and that's a very interesting positional choice with knight c4.
Well, actually, I think he wanted to anticipate a5 and b5, he has to make this positional sacrifice. But let's find out. Okay, what happens if we take?
Takes, queen takes.
Mm-hmm.
I know not.
Can we somehow make use of our two powerful bishops?
Yeah, well, look, you can play f5. I mean, you can just say, I'm a pawn down, like Magnus. I'm a pawn down. Who cares? Because I've broken the back of your attack. And now I'm just sort of controlling some. Sorry.
Of course, I understand that. First of all, I cannot move this knight because I wanted to improve it. But then you can take, let's say, I wanted to do something. I would just want. Then you can take and simply play bishop b4.
Well, except the queen's on prise.
But I cannot take. Okay, so it's time to take a break. Yes.
It's right.
Because I wanted
definitely time for some refreshments. But you can play queen takes queen, by the way, because f2 is hanging. So
that was possible. Yeah. Yes, queen takes queen, but then this is and then bishop b4. Okay.
Yes,
I cannot take here because of bishop
e4 check.
Okay, so but how can I improve then the position of?
Because I don't think that Vladimir Fedoseev has anything more dynamic. He's simply playing positionally.
But then if I play rook b2, I bring the rook here.
Yeah, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, at least not yet. Because bishop takes c5 can come at any time. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering whether it's possible to play rook d2
h8.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes you can just exchange off, especially now you've taken that square away from your own king, because maybe the king was better on b2, and here I'm not sure you can do that, rook h1.
Mm-hmm. So I'll take king h2. Have to be careful, but for the moment my knight is still here protecting
just
the
a
square.
Bishop takes c5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You take c5 and then?
I don't know, queen d8 or something. Mm-hmm. I just continue. Queen, maybe not, because you might have e4 there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm slightly bothered about queen g8 check. So maybe queen e8. Rook d2, you could perhaps swing. So still some... Not exactly clear whether black has totally sufficient compensation, but it feels like there is definitely some compensation. Is it a pawn's worth? Is it more than a pawn's worth? I don't think it's more than a pawn's worth. I think it's, it's close to being full compensation. That is my hunch. And
well, in this position, I feel I'm rather skeptical. Yes,
now, I think there is reason to be skeptical because rook d2, king b2, mm-hmm. you start manoeuvring
and even
around.
Queen d4
and queen d4, mm-hmm. of course.
Okay.
So those sort of things.
Meanwhile,
put your king on that. So we've got lots of things going on, but we need a break. And please don't go too far away. Have a cup of tea or whatever your beverage is of choice, and join us after the break.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
More attention to the... You could take on c4.
Okay, sorry. Just having a little discussion.
Yes, you
We've
could take
actually
on
been
c4.
sitting here the whole time analysing this during the break, but we
Nigel,
wanted to give you a rest, that was it. So tell us your thoughts, Almira, on what's going on.
Well, I actually wanted to understand what happened here in this game. And actually,
Well, that was very interesting, I think.
Because bishop b4, bishop b4, knight e4, queen c7.
Yes.
Like none of the variations that we've looked at.
Well, queen c7 was mentioned. I did
No,
mention...
it was after c. I think it was.
Didn't
was
I?
It here?
I
Yes.
think I did mention
Yes,
it at some point.
It was not queen. Okay, queen c7,
Yeah.
then g3. Okay, h2 was hanging, of course. So, and bishop e5.
Well, look, you haven't commented about g3. I mean, that is a bold move.
It is. You don't want to open this diagonal,
yeah,
of course.
because if the white bishop would be somewhere on f3, you wouldn't say a word about that move. But the white bishop is on a2. That is a very, very long distance from g2, where you're going to get mated or possibly could get mated. So
I think he wanted to follow up with f4, but let's see here.
I like this move, strangely enough, g3, committal as it is. And who knows,
Why not h3 then?
maybe he's going to... you need to control some black squares. I just think you're not going to win unless you control some dark squares.
Yeah, but you think that white is trying to prove that he has an advantage here?
Trying to play the best moves.
Okay, so g3, bishop b5, f4.
And this is...
Somehow I have a feeling that this could...
It could backfire.
Could backfire, exactly.
Could. F4. I mean, g3 is one thing. Because, okay, you defend your h-pawn just with tempo. But with g3, you can still play f3 and keep your king defended. The moment you start playing f4, there's no way back. And so what's happened? He's gone bishop d6. Do we have more moves?
No, that's it. And
because the first move I think of there is queen h5, because I don't know what he's trying to do otherwise. I think you try and give...
This is coming.
Yeah, well, you try and give checkmate somehow.
And what do you do after
Queen c6?
Queen
I resign, you know, that's...
Well, for the moment, I mean, we need to do something, but you cannot play knight g5, of course. So then knight g5 runs into mate.
Mate, immediately.
So
So I'm trying to understand exactly what he wants. There are moves like I'm just sort of going all in. D4.
D4 here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to close this diagonal?
You could play C4.
That would be my standard idea. I just wanted to see if I cannot exploit it.
Yeah, you can take it. You
in
can
any
do it.
other way. We'll take.
Takes.
And so you mean this is running?
You could.
But then how do you do this?
Yeah, King G F1.
Okay.
You've got a check,
Protect.
Rook E2. I've still got some threats there. H6, bishop takes F7 check. Or even knight takes F. Was knight takes F7 good? Knight takes F7 may have been even better.
Knight F7, I wanted to check if this could work. Knight F7.
You want something ingenious here.
Well, this. But
Yeah, but knight
yeah, knight
E5,
E5,
check.
yes, of course. So this doesn't work. Okay, where was it? Queen H5. First of all, what is the position? Yes. F4, bishop D6. Queen H5, you tried, yes, and Queen C6.
And I'm looking at this. Let's say D4 being met. I mean,
C4,
it's
okay.
yeah. But now I have to do F5 with white.
You want to play it in this way.
And then let's say you put a rook somewhere, and I play bishop B1 because I don't have a choice. And it looks very risky. But how do you increase the pressure? Maybe you do increase the pressure with rook E7. Although F6 is a possibility. Somebody went running.
To the bathroom.
Yep.
But still, I feel like all your pieces I tied up. You know, your rook. So we have this one, this spin, this spin. I really feel that this is...
It could turn out unpleasant.
Is there any way to simplify the position, though? I was thinking not here, but just to neutralize Black's initiative.
Yeah. He's got another possibility just to play F5 and try and give mate.
F5 here immediately, not Queen H5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now
here?
there is that allows bishop takes E4. Rook takes E4 because we want to get bishop takes G3.
But it's still...
But Queen E2, and then I like white's position.
You mean here we are losing? Yes. No,
I
just
don't know whether
wanted
I'm
to
losing.
See. No,
rook
because
takes
we have
D3.
Yes.
It
Okay,
looks,
this is
I
devastating.
don't even want to consider such things. I would just play Queen E2, and then you go somewhere with your bishop
and
to
F6,
D6.
And you want to play F6 here.
I want even... I don't know what I want. Rook F1, King... Rook F1. I just want to play actively, and I think white is better here. I'm not sure Rook F1's the right move.
But you have the control of the
I've
e-file.
got control.
Yes.
I mean, if I would have this
bishop,
position...
which is more active,
If I would have this position with white, I'd feel...
You wouldn't worry.
No, I wouldn't be concerned at all. You've got rid of that
But was
very powerful bishop merely for a pawn.
Was this variation forced?
It's not forced at all.
You know, coming back to the theme we've tackled at the beginning of our broadcast, Nigel, I wanted to ask you, you've played so many matches yourself, and from your own experience, I know that, I've read books about matches played by Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov, how much energy they've spent during these matches, and actually how many kilos they've lost.
Yep.
So, what was your experience, your match experience?
Yeah, they're very exhausting matches, and I mean, the clearest case to me was when I played the World Championship final, and I just found at that time I was losing loads of weight. I was losing a kilo every game. And, once you've started to play half a dozen games, you notice there's a big difference in your body weight. So I needed to change my diet to cope with that, because it was a long match. I mean, we played for 2 months at a slow pace. But you see, even the days off, they can be stressful. It's a good diet. I need a diet right now, so I'm overweight. I can just recommend anyone out there, you can follow the World Championship final diet. It works a treat.
Now, of course, what I wanted to do is to drive a parallel between this tournament, which is by far the longest tournament which exists.
Yeah.
Especially so the winners of this tournament, both women's event and the open event, which show not only great technical skills, great chess skills, but also great physical preparation.
Yes.
And it's not because before actually there were not so many scientific studies, and it's not only a few years ago that I came across a very interesting article which was published. I think on ESPN, which covers actually sports extensively, and it was probably one of the first times that they've written about chess, and especially on the impact that stress has on our bodies. So then I discovered a lot of work by a very interesting professor, Robert Sapolsky. He's a professor at Stanford University, and he studies. He's a neurobiologist, he's a biological anthropologist, so he knows a great deal about physiology. Yeah. And he actually proved that, for example, during chess games, chess players, they're living under so much stress that they can lose up to 6,000 calories a day. Yeah. And then also that our body has to cope with the stress and with adrenaline rushes.
I think that's one of the problems with chess, in that you get this huge amounts of stress, and this is something which normally, from an evolutionary standpoint, you get this, and this is normally some danger. So there is an animal
that you perceive it as a danger,
is a threat to you. So, you kind of jump up and your heart starts pounding away. But you see, at that point, you're doing something physical, like running away or hitting it over the head with a club, to escape from the danger. This is the evolutionary reason for these things. But when you're playing chess, that tension, that stress is just kept inside you, and it's kept there for a very long period of time. So it is difficult.
Well, you're actually absolutely right, and especially like from the evolutionary perspective, this would be the situation which will be rather short in time.
Yes.
While during the chess game, these situations are reproduced because you're constantly, experiencing fear, dangerous situations. You have to cope with this and that, and that shows that chess players are great athletes, first of all, and that you have to pay attention to your physical preparation once again, and proves very much that chess is a sport, and explains partly why there are differences.
So it's the oldest player in this at this stage of the championship is 38. In both events. So it is a young person's game, because the physical aspect, it's not that your understanding becomes any less as time goes by. I mean, In fact, probably the opposite. Your understanding increases, but your ability to respond under pressure is decreasing.
Is affected, yes.
Yeah.
Nigel, just one question here I had here, because we left after
And I'll
this game. Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
no. I mean, this is a really fascinating position, and we'll come to it just in a.
Because something happened, we had a move.
No. I just wanted to say another thing about weight and stuff like that. So, if I recall, at the end of was one of the Karpov-Korchnoi matches. Maybe it was the candidates' final. Karpov weighed 47 kilos.
No.
47 kilos. I mean, Anatoly Karpov used to be very thin, you know. I mean, nowadays you see this, you know, someone who, like myself, has enjoyed life a little bit too much at certain points. So he has the accumulated wisdom sort of around his midriff these days. But under a very, very tough match like that, he used to be very, he's not a tall man. He used to be very thin. And that match was particularly stressful. And so it goes down to really a dangerous weight. You wouldn't expect that for a man to be so low, such a weight. So, sorry, I interrupted. We've got some very interesting games.
That's actually, I'm glad that you brought it, because I actually wanted to finish our topic with giving you a piece of advice. If you would be really interested in reading some scientific material based on very interesting research, so I would advise the game Behave by Robert Sapolsky, which explains how some of the biological processes influence human behavior. And meanwhile, we have a result. Yes, what happened in this game? They drew?
I'm guessing that is a draw.
But then, they've...
Okay.
Let's
have a quick run through this. So, we had more or less this position, didn't we?
Yes, we had the same. So he actually took on c7, then brought the rook to the c file. Knight c4. Bishop b4. Actually, he wanted to exchange these bishops and then to bring the knight to c5, probably. It's actually a very important strategical idea, but maybe he was simply not in time.
I think he perhaps made a misjudgment here, because you're right, the desirability of exchanging these bishops can be quite clear. However, time, it's that other factor, and he loses a lot of time.
So what happened?
A5, and then he's starting to fix his
and
pawns.
Queen b6 first, of course, just to show that there was a pin, of course, and there was an immediate threat, b3. So he has to first to get his queen out of the way, Queen b6, knight d3, and b4. So basically, he managed to get his knight to c5. But for the moment, you know, this pawn is en prise, so you cannot, I think knight c5 is met by knight b2 simply.
Yes.
So you cannot do this. b4, b3 he played here.
Yeah, you see, strangely enough, I think it was a misjudgment to exchange those bishops.
Because the bishop was controlling this one.
Because, you know, if your bishop is on e1 here, you can play quietly. Also, your bishop then controls c3. And you can advance in a very, very slow way with the bishop pair. And this way, it's too simple. That's what I think.
maybe
It's very easy criticizing with hindsight, but I mean that is my
But
evaluation.
as we know, young Krzysztof is a very uncomfortable opponent for Vidit Sancho Gujrati. So maybe he didn't want to take too many risks in this game. So b3, knight d6, and I can easily reroute my knight to c3 here. So you have to be careful. Knight c5. And why doesn't he go for knight b5 here? It's knight a4 simply.
Could do, yeah, I think knight a4 is perhaps the problem.
And then bishop f1 or something.
Yes.
And then, yes.
Yes.
That's an interesting idea. So let's say if I play queen a7, bishop f1.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I want to take. As surprising as it is.
Well,
yes.
it's not surprising. It's
And then, yes.
there's also rook c5.
Yes, and rook c5, of course.
That's good.
You should play g6 first and then rook c5.
So he challenges the c file, not because he's saying that sooner or later White has to move that knight. He cannot win the game only with a knight on c5. He has to somehow open it up for his other pieces. And the knight on c5 is insufficient. So rook c8 is a good move. It's a good defensive move because he's getting those pieces off like immediately.
Well, he needs to exchange this knight and to make a loop
even if he can't, but when it moves, he's able to exchange off the rook. So let's see how it finished.
Actually, knight a4 was played.
Yes.
Queen d8, bishop f1. Okay, so he improves the position of his bishop, but now this happened. G5.
Yeah, G5 is a good positional move. Because you are, in a way,
you can also fix this, no?
You're in a way, you could well secure the f3 point. So, if you get in this g4, then it means it's possible. Knight e4 becomes possible, and I'll try and get rid of these arrows and fail miserably. I've done it all wrong, as usual. So if you play g4, you can sometimes come in here, then here, and then here, and domination. We've got another result.
Another result. Yes. Okay. Let's just finish with this game. This was a draw as well, and I wanted to get back to this one. A lot of errors. A3, and here the draw was agreed actually after A3.
So not super exciting, to be honest.
Well, he realized there is no way he's going to attack. I mean, if the structure would be different, like here, and with b4, then I understand.
He could take on a3, it's perhaps the best, because otherwise there is a threat of takes, queen c5. So takes, queen takes, and now maybe g4 or something.
And g4.
And I'm bringing in a knight into the e4 square, as I mentioned. I'm going to get some counterplay. So, okay, not that thrilling.
So let's go to another draw.
Yeah, let's see this one. This was more complicated, much more complicated.
Well, that's. I'm still not sure, about bishop c4 that we analyzed here after,
this one.
No, after knight c4. Here.
Yeah.
This one and.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was not clear.
I did actually
check. Did you have a look?
I spoke to Jeroen van den Berg in the VIP room during the break, because we're not looking at these with the the engines, but just take a break, just get a brief summary. And he said it was more or less equal.
There was enough compensation for the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, somebody may have a slight advantage, but
okay.
I felt there was compensation, but it's not crystal clear to me.
Actually, I mean, Tabatabai went for a more dangerous continuation, which is a double-edged one.
Optically,
yes,
more dangerous.
But then e4, he decided to... okay, let's see, e4. That's where we stopped. Black took on c5. Do you have to... Okay, maybe you have to give up your bishop, I don't know. So it was a forced line, you take on e4. And that's it?
f5.
Okay, but draw was agreed here.
f5 is the move.
And how is this position? Because if you will manage to take with this one...
Well, it's going to be equal material, isn't it?
Yes, but then I would feel that you're a bit better. Like with
so bishop takes c4. You're piece down.
I'm a piece down. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you may be...
But why f5 then? Yes, sorry. Yes.
So takes on e4. And I don't know. I'd probably prefer... I don't know who I would prefer. It's major pieces on the board. It's probably equal-ish because somehow I prefer black here. I mean, despite the weak e-pawn, if you... So do I play rook d2? I'm not sure whether I need to do that. Rook d2, I want to defend things.
Okay, but we can get back to this later.
We can get back. Yeah, I think it's not. You know, I mean, we can analyze that, but that is what they're going to reach by force. A major piece endgame with queen, 2 rooks each, equal material. And it seems that both players felt there was not that much in it. And I think there is not that much in it. So they're right. So maybe a little bit of cautiousness on both sides, but nothing, I would say, exceptional there.
Actually, Nigel, look, Etienne went for your move, queen h5.
This is bad news if Etienne is going for my move, because I've got a terrible score
Magnus
against
went for my move, queen c6.
Again.
Maybe these are bad news for both players.
Probably, that's
but
it.
Then, what did you suggest it here? f5 or d4 and f5? Maybe okay, I don't know. And Etienne played queen h3 here, and c4.
He covers it, you see.
You mean, what? I mean, after c4,
he
d4,
covers
f5?
g2.
Yes, but I will still... And Magnus played c4. What to do now?
d4.
How am I not winning here?
Well, you are, probably.
Let's try. First of all, if I attack, you simply have bishop... No. But how do you do this?
It's what you want.
So you're telling me that you have knight g5.
If you play f5, I will play knight g5. You will play h6, and I will win one of your rooks.
Okay.
That's what I'm... Yep. No, so f5, knight g5, h6, knight e6. You've got a check, and you've got a perpetual check. And
I cannot improve here.
Well, maybe you can.
Let me first try to play like c4, d4. If I can start...
Maybe I can.
Can I start
Maybe I
with-
can get optimistic there. Maybe I could play knight d2. Just cover. I'm not going to give you a draw. Why should I give you a draw?
We'll see.
No mercy.
You know, the thing is that I can always take on f4. I don't know if you missed it.
Mm-hmm.
If you play knight d2, let's say something, I can. No, it was in the other line. It was in the previous line. If you play here, let's say d4, f5, d6, h6, knight
You've got a
d6.
draw.
Yes,
You've got a
queen
draw.
h1, this.
You can't.
And then
Don't think you can achieve anything.
And then, well, if you take one of the rooks, I can maybe take on f4 and threaten on bishop e3.
Yes.
So then
Yeah.
I just have to wait for this move here. Can I improve my position here?
I'm not sure how. Not sure how.
Okay, let's say bishop d5.
So
Let's say-
knight, I'll take something. So knight takes d8 or take on f8.
Mm-hmm. And here, I'm not sure.
Knight g6.
Knight g6, then this.
Well, I have to take that.
Mhm.
You take.
And rook
then,
e8. You have knight e5, okay.
You can go queen
Okay.
f3 check again.
Queen f3. And you can no longer go to the
I might be able to go to e1.
e-file. But don't I have bishop f3 here? Like here, once again. Here, bishop f3.
So we've almost got this.
Why, they're going for this line?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think there is a problem.
Where?
He's got a. He mustn't rush.
Wait a second.
Let's go back. He mustn't rush. There is a huge tactical problem here. I think if he just goes rook a8.
Rook a8.
Yeah. Unless you can play bishop.
Nigel, wait a second.
Maybe bishop.
But wait, let me try once again my f5 move. I
Right.
still cannot believe that this doesn't work. Because I have to force you to...
Okay, knight g5. Knight d2 I also had.
You also have, by the way, knight f2. Because you protect the h1, no?
I think I'm looking at some moves. Yeah, maybe. But I'm concerned about rook a8, that I'll never be able to move anything.
Okay, so not f5. What should we try? Okay, rook a8.
It's gone rook e8.
Rook e8.
Okay.
That was another suggestion. yes?
He did that with a degree of
Confidence.
Yeah, it's a sort of little bit of a Smyslov screw.
You wanted to defend it, but this looks now. I can play
Now you
f5.
can
Now
play
you
F5.
can. Now
Yeah,
you
now we
cannot do
can't do
this.
this.
In the other line. Yes, you cannot do this. So
Now I have to move
your knight.
the knight. Yeah, knight d2, for example. I'm going to play confidently, and I'm going to beat you.
And how to proceed here? It's such a strange position.
But I'll tell you something here, that this may be a problem if you just play.
But in the long term, you will be lost. No,
No.
Why not?
I tell you what is the issue here. What if black just plays? Let's make a move. G6. No.
After knight d2?
Knight d2. What if I just play h6? Now you can go rook d1. And bishop b1. That's it. So that's how you do it.
You want to
Do you
do
have
this?
to? Yeah,
Yes,
and
to bring
then
this.
you do it. So it's
Okay.
a question of tempi, because I wanted rook a8, but you've got bishop b1 with
mate in threat,
yeah.
yes. I understand. But the thing is, maybe I should play still positionally. I wanted to make this move anyway. Can I? And you
Okay,
want to play rook d1.
Rook somewhere, rook d1.
Unless, it will be very difficult
I'm
for you to bring your...
I'm
yes.
not moving. It's not going anywhere.
But
You were saying you are going to play. I know you, because you're a very wicked person, Almira. You are going to play rook takes e1, maybe. Rook takes e1, rook f6. Am I right?
You are, but I wanted actually...
was that your idea?
I wanted to start... I wanted to improve my bishop somehow, but I don't need it. So, and then... Okay.
Somebody has mentioned a sneaky move.
Which one?
Well, I don't know whether it's any good, but it's sneaky. After rook d8, somebody said king f2. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Doesn't work?
No. No, it doesn't work. No. Okay. But here, what do you do? Rook h6 is a bit of a killer, isn't it?
But the feeling that I have here, even for, let's say, you manage to regroup, even though, let's say, I don't have an immediate threat by rook f6. Even if you play bishop...
If I put my bishop on f3, I'm claiming that I'm a pawn up and you may be able to defend, but you've got an uphill task.
Yes, but I also have some ideas with g5,
this
f4.
is a real martial attack.
Yes. No, but
when you start playing, and it's not, it's not.
For example, something like this.
Yeah, and I have to go g4 or something.
Because it's...
otherwise, you've got a threat of queen h1.
Yes, queen h1. Okay, just show. So I have so many ideas in this position, and you don't have time. It's just a feeling. Maybe the computer will prove us wrong. So what did he do, Etienne? 15 minutes for Magnus and 20 minutes still for Etienne, but the position is highly complicated.
I fancy Magnus's chances in this position. It somehow... I think it's turned. The last 2 or 3 moves, just my feeling is this is very, very dangerous. That maybe g3, f4 was fine, but this looks too risky. Okay,
and we...
Okay, sorry, I was just laughing at some comments. No, don't worry about it. Very cruel comment.
This game,
yes.
it doesn't look that exciting, but we have Magnus is talking to himself during the game.
Yeah. Let's
concentrate.
Let's have a look at. We'll come back to this one because I think this one's more exciting, but there is a bit of a pause at the moment. So whilst we've got a pause, let's go and take a look at Sam Shankland against Sergei.
So yes, we left it actually here. I don't think that I mentioned this, but Sam Shankland and Sergei Karagin have never played against each other.
No,
yes,
impossible.
It is actually. It's a very surprising fact.
Right.
So that's their first game against each other. And let's have a look. We had knight e6. So actually what happened? He played bishop d5 here, as we analyzed. And Sam went for a3. He didn't go for knight a5. As we suggested, knight a6 back, b4. So he decided to cut off the knights, but okay, still have knight c7. Bishop g2, queen g2, c5. He breaks this chain
It
immediately.
breaks it, but
b5, knight c7, and a4. Just, these knights are so active.
Yeah, it definitely looks better for white. Whether it's much better for white, I don't know. But I would prefer to have white in this.
And
in
you
this
have
game.
this very stable knight on c4, especially.
The one on c4 is an excellent blockading piece.
So g6, chasing away this one. Okay, but on the other hand, yes, so maybe he wants to play bishop g7. Knight b6. On the other hand, I really admire how Sergei chooses the right moment, to exchange these pieces. The knight on c4 was a terrifying knight. Immediately he went for knight
Yes.
b6. So that was a very important
But it still doesn't
moment.
look like
No.
equality to me.
Then and knight e8 here.
Maybe it's all good.
So even though if you can bring it there, you still have to deal with this one.
The problem is bishop g7, or bishop d7 probably. So what's happened? We got
No,
some
he went for
Strange,
f6, bishop
strange.
c3 to activate his king.
Yeah. And knight c4. Why isn't that good for? They didn't do it yet.
He decided to bring his king as well.
First,
I think
yes.
First, like here.
Okay.
So, wait, sorry, there are a lot of arrows. King e6 and king e2. That's the position which we have on the board. Sergei is thinking. And he has only 15 minutes left, but, well, they are approaching the time control. So
It's better for white. It's better for white, but not that much. It's. I mean, obviously, if
can
white,
you continue? Can you follow up with knight
can-
c7, knight c4, and knight e5?
No. I want e4.
e4.
I want
okay,
to
first
want to
e4.
control some squares.
And could I go for this one?
You can. I'll take it. Oh, Almira. Oh, Almira. Yes, you're very sneaky.
Maybe this was his idea, actually.
That's that's a typical one of these ideas that is anti-positional but completely
Clear.
justified by
By
the tactics. And this is why, and I say this very often, that there are people who fancy themselves as being great strategists. They have this sort of mental image. I'm a great strategist. And they can't calculate properly. And the point is, when you can't calculate, you can't maintain your grip on the position. You can't. I mean, they always said that about Tigran Petrosyan, that he was a great positional player, but Boris Spassky said he was a great tactician.
Oh.
That's
But that's how you make your
Yeah,
positional ideas
it's work.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Borinka.
he went for h5 here, and Etienne Bacro is still thinking, so we will get back to this game immediately when he will make a move. So what do you think about this move, h5?
Not sure that's necessary.
Oh, he could continue with your move e4, maybe no? Still, you want to take this square away from the knight.
You can
And
also
now
play.
you
You can also play f4, by the way.
Start with f4
Yeah.
and then e4. You want to claim that now that I've played h5,
Yeah, I'm not
that
so
you
sure.
cannot play f5 anymore?
Well, you can play f5. I'll play e4 anyway, but that sort of cuts out bishop e5 things. I think I want my bishop on c3 for now.
Mm-hmm. So you want to follow up with e4 and with a slight edge, probably for white. Nigel?
Mm-hmm.
White is a little bit better.
Yeah, I think so. Let's get back to
Yes.
Magnus.
Mhm.
That was...
But Etienne is still thinking, so we have to...
right.
We have to understand what are the options.
People are so rude. They're saying Magnus is a goat. Why would he... to call people animals? That's...
No, this is greatest player of all time. No,
Oh,
that's,
right.
I think that's
Okay.
even...
That's how it goes, is it? Yeah.
Yes, I think that's... it's a standard.
So when you say... Okay. I thought goat had other implications, but...
Well, unless you're really fond of the same. For example, Picasso lived with a goat and he liked her very much.
Picasso
Yes.
had a goat.
Yes. There's just
In my village...
small digression, yes.
In my village of Almira in Messenia, lots of our neighbours have goats. I mean, not only are they olive farmers, but plenty of them have goats.
So, Fosagro,
Fosagro, I think it's perfect for our village.
Yes.
I think it's got to be introduced to the village of Iamia.
Maybe it had already participated in the growth, of all the olive trees.
Yeah.
And they developing the agriculture in your village.
Yeah.
So you see, it's not so easy to make a mark here.
Iamia is mentioned as one of the 5 ancient cities of Messenia. It's mentioned by Pausanias. So I'm waiting to find the amphitheatre in in the goat field, our neighbour's goat field. Just waiting for the archaeologists to come along.
By the way, you have a goat, yes, and you have this one, goat. So
Yes.
what is goat? I've mentioned it already. Game of Thrones.
Oh, Game
so
of
this
Gods,
is the small
right, okay,
abbreviation,
okay.
yes, to be familiar with. Well, Etienne is under severe pressure
He
here.
is. Yeah, I think he's in some difficulties. That's my impression there. So Magnus has the look of a man who feels he's exerting pressure, or maybe just crunching bones at the moment.
Okay, we tried. What did we try here? We tried knight g5. We tried knight d2. We didn't try this one. We should try.
And if you
this
take and then just go back, how are you going to play?
I wanted to play rook e5.
F6.
And you will go f6. Oui. And I would have to go back. Okay, no, that's no good.
No.
And I cannot bring my queen to play. Yes, rook e5, f6. Can I use this moment to play bishop b1?
You could.
But
G6.
then you G6.
G6.
Okay. And still, cannot bring my pieces into play. If I
Yeah, I think
I'm
you're
simply
in
losing,
trouble.
yes.
So
Yes.
at some point, well, rook e2, yes. Yeah, rook e2 is very, very strong.
So what would be the safest option here?
I don't know what is the safest option. I don't know. I know that if I had this position, especially against Magnus Carlsen, I'd be sweating, you know. You see, these days I play too much blitz. And if you, by chance, blunder into a position like this, you know you will be resigning the game, but the next one you'll be winning 5 minutes later. But it doesn't work like that in serious tournaments. There is no room for error, or barely any room for error in a mini-match.
Well, Etienne is heavily supported by his fans. Actually, like Maxime Vachelagraphe during the candidates, they were having the audience of 30,000 daily. So, same for Etienne. But we don't have the right time. Is it the right time? Because we have 14 minutes, but we can see Etienne has only 7 minutes left.
Yes, apparently. So the electronic clock is wrong. I mean, it's irrelevant what it says on our...
our indications.
On our little analysis board. The key thing is, of course, what you see on the live screen in front of you. And
he goes for D5.
Ooh. Well, okay. That.
What if we take? No, he also has these ideas with
and
rook D1. Yes.
Rook takes E. I don't know how this is going to work. Rook D1, rook takes E4.
Rook takes E4. Well, you want to check and to take.
Oh, I see.
Like this?
Yeah, and now rook Fe8.
Okay. Well, I cannot take because you're mating me.
Yeah.
So this doesn't work. Okay, you can simply take on E4. Do I have something else?
I don't know whether it works. I mean, it looks incredibly dangerous.
Okay, Queen D5.
Once you start getting those bishops going, it's pretty painful, isn't it?
Yes, because the thing is that you've opened this diagonal as well. So, and you have this bishops which are...
raking bishops.
Raking, I would say like laser bishops. So D5, let's have a look at it once again. We could also take with the bishop. We could check and take bishop
Yeah, you
D5,
can do that.
but maybe this doesn't work. But where do you go after check?
F1.
F1, okay, so then... Okay, we have this option, but if this is winning, then...
Yeah, so hang on a second. So is there some sort of drawing cheapo? Is that what his idea is? No, I'm just wondering, if Queen B6 check and bishop takes D5, does he have some stupid draw there with Knight F6 check?
Okay.
So
Knight
King
F1,
F1, bishop takes
D5.
D5, and then Knight F6 takes, Queen G4 check, King Kong, Queen F5.
With the idea of bringing this.
And
here.
you're attacking on F6, attacking D5.
But the thing is this, you mean I will not be able to run with my king? Okay, after bishop.
I mean, I'm just trying to save my behind, my derrière.
And Queen F6 also
Yes.
is right. I mean,
Yes.
if we manage to defend this one, then bishop B1 is coming.
Yes.
But then can I... and this one is also hanging. Yes, let's show all of these threats and the positions. So bishop on D5 is hanging. So I cannot play this. I will simply take.
Yeah, I can simply take. Well, you can do it, but you're not going to be better. That's for sure.
But I can't believe that this works.
Does that work?
I don't know how, but I need to... How can I protect everything? Was it forced? Let's say King F1. And we took here, yes, Knight F6, Queen G4, and Queen F5. It's a very interesting idea. Let's say Bishop D5, Knight F6.
All right. Does it make sense?
It does. It's a beautiful combination. Unless I have
some bishop E5
yes, exactly.
or something,
unless
like
I
that.
have something like this to make this work, but I'm not sure.
Maybe Nigel will teach about Harvit's bishops. Probably not.
Are we missing something here?
We probably are.
But this doesn't work. Maybe this is better for black.
Yeah.
No? Nigel? You don't...
No.
After bishop b5, actually, what we were missing is that I can play bishop b1 here.
Yes.
We forget this.
Yes,
and then
yes, that's right.
So, okay. That's a very beautiful idea. So
yes.
Maybe that's a hidden threat.
Yeah. I'm a little bit perturbed here. Someone's saying Nigel has beautiful earlobes.
Would you be so kind as to concentrate on the position?
Sorry.
Just like
I've not had that compliment for a while.
Shush.
How do you say that in German? Ich finde deine Ohrläppchen sexy. That's it.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Somebody will correct that if it's wrong. My German sucks.
So d5. Nigel, behave yourself.
Yes, I'll behave. Right. Takes.
Did he? No, not yet. And look, Nigel, well, a little bit less than 8 minutes for Etienne, and actually Magnus...
Sorry, there's some very funny comments.
Magnus has spent quite a lot of time on this.
Yeah,
movement.
I think this is good because
it's one of your fuzzy moves.
It's not a funny. This is not a fuzzy move because this is it's something else. This is a spanner in the works. You know. The momentum of the game is going against you. Mm-hmm. And at this point, you sense, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble here. I can't defend by normal means. I'm going to play d5, and I'm going to mess him up with that. Because, even if it's crap, I'm not going to be able to do anything better.
But given the time factor, it's very important because
chess is not a science. It's not a science at all. It's a struggle. It's a Kampf. That's what it is. It's a real struggle, and I think this is a good practical chance because. Yeah, you do open some diagonals, but you're temporarily closing one and starting to just make some little unpleasant moves there.
Especially what is interesting is that it changes completely the character of the position that Magnus was probably hoping for a knight move and then, having this very nice diagonal and some f5 moves, so this didn't happen, and he has to actually to find a very precise continuation, being in in a small time trouble.
Yeah, yeah.
And he, as you can see, he still didn't reply. 6 minutes left for how many moves right now? How many moves did they play? D5 is to 28.
Yeah.
Is he getting nervous?
You see, even the best players, they can go wrong in situations like this. I wouldn't say he's super nervous, but you saw it before. He exuded all of this confidence, this, it had all the body language. Whereas here, he's working. And, look at the straining there. This is not somebody who's finding it completely easy. He's battling against himself with this move.
Okay, maybe we should have. Okay, now we have our clock time indicator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Magnus is approaching a very dangerous zone with only 5. Okay, it's even 5 minutes on the clock. Of course, the players, they have a 30-second increment, but this is barely enough to write down a move.
Yes.
Nigel, do you often look at your opponent during the game to check if he expresses some emotion?
Yes, I do. I mean, that is a really important part of it. And, unfortunately, we've had no other choice than to, in the past year, other than to have all of these online events. So, we've made a virtue of necessity.
So are they going for the variation?
They're going,
What is Rook AD1?
So it looks good. Why? How is he
Rook
saving?
E4 we analyzed.
Yeah.
Yes. I think they went for the variation.
Yeah. But how is he saving himself here? Maybe rookie. Maybe he has to do.
That's what we analyzed. Yes.
Yes.
So,
He's gone rookie. Yeah. No, can he go rookie E5? Is that a move?
It's probably the only move, actually. I was looking at it because you need to cover this mate.
He's gone rookie
He's gone
E5.
rook E5. Okay, so this is position which we have. We actually stopped our analysis.
We stopped
here. So Magnus goes for bishop B5. Oh yes, he takes the rook. Bishop C3 probably. King D1 or King F2. It's not so easy to make a move, yes. Or even King F1.
King F1. Yeah, King F1 looks best.
Okay, you can take on B2.
Yeah, Queen D7 is a problem.
And Queen D7 is the problem. Okay.
So
you
maybe
need to protect
maybe he needs Bishop C8 here
Bishop
or something.
C8.
But
then Queen G. Okay.
Queen G2 is possible.
Queen G2. No, now you have this.
Check and then no. King of 2.
And maybe I have something like this.
Oh,
And then you're going
to go queen a8 or queen somewhere.
I don't know. Yes, it's no, it's a dangerous line.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happened. King f1. Let's say we need to protect against. We need to do something to parry this threat. So bishop c8 and queen g2. So we need to save our bishop with the tempo.
Right, so he's gone bishop c8. I'm just wondering, can he do something? Could he do bishop f5 here or something?
Here, bishop f5. Mm-hmm.
Maybe it doesn't work.
You mean with this and check?
Yeah, check.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you have, okay, so king f2. You'll do.
I will have to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere, yeah. Takes,
and then b4.
And then b4 will win. That wasn't actually my idea.
No.
But it's. I thought I was just winning anyway by doing nothing. I was just playing king f8, king e7, king d6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this is.
No, but b4
this just
probably.
wins. Yeah, no, of course.
What did he do? Okay, queen g2. And what did we? We bishop f5. Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Maybe some other moves here. Queen d5 is possible.
I have to.
Queen d5 is possible because you don't have the you can't quite mate with the bishops there.
Yes, but I can still play bishop d3 check. And what do you do here?
You get king f2.
Mm-hmm. And bishop e1.
King f3.
King f3.
Oh, this one you're not going to win. I mean, you can win my queen, but you're not going to win. So,
okay,
not so easy. Not so easy. It looks like Magnus is in no danger at all. He's got ample play here, but is there a win there? It feels promising, but I haven't exactly seen it yet.
But we also have to use the momentum that this bishop has been out of play for a while, so we have to use this. But I can also give bishop h3 check.
Yeah,
and then
can.
king
f2 doesn't help.
It's not. And bishop e1, king f3 still. Yeah, that's not enough. What can I do here else? Well, Can I make this move? Yes, I can make this move because I don't think that you can take. Now I can give you checks.
Okay.
And bishop d4.
Bishop d4 and matey.
Yes, and so you cannot
Almira.
take. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you're winning a queen or something.
So, but what are the move candidates?
Yeah, but here we've got rook d8. It's the same idea, isn't it?
Rook
d8, cutting
here?
out queen d5. It's the same idea.
Mm-hmm. The same that you've got with we are going for...
Yeah, because here...
But the thing is that...
it's not going to matter because...
how is this the
same? Well,
same?
okay, king f2...
No, but king e2...
Check. Oh, what?
I don't know.
Sorry, check.
King e3?
3. Oh, we can't do that.
Do we have mate here?
No. No.
No.
I haven't seen it. Oh, bishop c8. Hang on.
Wait, here?
And
What?
bishop somewhere. Bishop d7 or something.
Okay, don't tell me this like this is a computer line. Do you want?
I don't know. Does it work? Check and,
Is it mate?
Check and rook d5 check.
Oh yes, okay, and then.
But you've got king f5. Oh, sorry. Almira, this is too difficult for me.
Okay, let's see. But Magnus is dangerously approaching 1 minute
No.
here.
This is not easy. This is not easy.
And he goes for
my
bishop
suggestion.
d5, yes.
My suggestion.
Because he knows that the endgame is winning, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what we've been
Yes.
analyzing. And queen d5 here. So queen d5, what did we decide? Bishop e6. You cannot take on b5.
Yeah.
We need to do something
Yeah. Well, you can
to
go
save
queen,
our bishops.
You can maybe go queen c5 or something there. I don't know.
So here.
Queen c5.
Okay, you need to control this square. And why can't I
you
take?
You can f5.
f5.
And maybe you'll win, but you know it's not completely trivial if you understand.
Maybe I should wait here. Maybe can I check first and then take? No. Then maybe you can.
Not sure.
Attack my bishop. But I don't know how. Maybe you should bring your bishop
Maybe I
into
should
place
play king f3 or something. Maybe I should just put a king up the board. King f3 or go bishop there. I'm not sure. Okay.
Well, he's
gone queen d5. He's done that. I think he's going to play bishop e6 because that's a tricky move.
No, just simply because all other moves do not work.
I don't see.
We analyzed bishop d3, bishop h3, nothing works. I mean,
and then I think queen c5 sort of covers some squares. We'll have a look at the other game in a while. But I want to see this. How many moves do we have remaining?
4 till the time control. Yes.
Okay, so they'll get more. So
maybe five,
we'll follow this later.
Actually, what moves? No, 4 moves. Yes. This is such an interesting position because with this material balance, I would feel, especially with the bishop on a2, that black is much better, but we cannot find a direct win.
Yes. It's not easy at all. Okay. So how much time do we have now? It's counting down. But I think Etienne is going to make the time. He's not going to blunder here with queen takes b5. This is a pretty obvious mistake. So what else does he have? He's as a possibility. He has to control this d4 square. So there are not that many. He could play queen h5. But that seems to allow g6. So That doesn't make much sense. And then bishop takes b2. So queen c5 is the only thing to... He's done it. He's done it. The only thing to create something.
No, you mean queen h5, so you're giving up the control of d4 square,
yeah,
but still...
g6 was very good.
Magnus has only 1 minute left.
I don't think he's going to find this easy. Maybe he's going to win. He's whipped it off.
He goes for bishop b2.
He's whipped it off.
Yeah, that's exactly the line we were analyzing, and you went for f5.
Yeah, but maybe we just move the king instead. What if we just move the king? King g2, covers some squares, and then threatened queen takes b5.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to...
Yeah, I just want to improve this.
King g2, and then queen b5.
Yeah, and if you go with...
And if
bishop,
can I go something like here, rook d8, or it doesn't matter, actually?
You can, but queen takes
d5.
D5 looks possible.
B5,
sorry. Yes. Looks possible. King h3 or something.
Oh, sorry, but another idea...
King f1 is possible.
No, another idea.
Many things.
Another idea that I had, could I be winning here? Or not at all? Do you need to keep your bishop or not? Because
I can take.
And
queen c6. King h3. I'll check you. I'm going to check and check. I'll play queen b6.
Queen b6.
You can't play c2, so you're stymied here.
So how are you going to check me?
Yeah, I don't know.
Queen b8 probably. Yes, queen b8.
King g2 is nice.
So this is not winning. Okay, bishop b2. King g2.
Yeah. Because we're bothered by bishop h3 check in every single line.
And yes, I understand, because after f5, black has bishop d7 now.
He's gone king g2.
This is exceptional play from both players. So now actually d5 was a very important defensive resource.
Yes.
d5, queen d5. We still don't know if queen b6 was winning or not. We have no idea if it was a draw.
The one thing I'll say about this, because I, out of the corner of my eye, I'm seeing some suggestion. There have been some suggestions. It has not looked at all obvious to me where the win is, and Magnus Carlsen is on an altogether higher level as a player, and he has not found the win simple. So all of these people who are saying +3, +4 or whatever, this is irrelevant. Magnus does not have an earpiece with an engine there, and somebody telling him some moves. He doesn't have any of that when he's sitting at the board. He's looking, and it's not simple.
Actually, I was so impressed by Alexandra Kostyniuk once when we were doing commentary during the Women's Grand Prix in Monaco.
Yeah.
At some point, she appeared for her game analysis.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, is he just blundered now, rook d8 or something? I'm just wondering because,
Rook d8? What happened?
No, because I think he's just blundered, hasn't he? Because bishop h3 check is a huge threat. I think he had to play something. He had to play something more active, didn't he? Like,
You mean here?
yeah, like queen d6 or something, or not?
But queen d6. If I have,
no,
if I
no,
play
you go bishop f5
yes,
again.
bishop f5.
So maybe go back here. Maybe, yeah, bishop d7 is still a. So after bishop d7, did he need bishop b1? Now he's in trouble because now he's in trouble.
Well, first of all, this is a huge threat.
Yeah, and also bishop f6 can be played,
Yes.
and then he
and
starts,
then with the pawns,
and then
yes.
he's just going to win anyway. So he had to attack this bishop, maybe queen c7.
Where here?
Yeah, queen c7.
You mean
he has to attack somehow.
so queen d6 was not good because of. But then why queen c7, bishop f5 is not
Yeah,
good?
bishop f5 looks very strong. Just give me a second.
So let's
Maybe-
let's get
maybe-
rid here queen d7, queen c7, and bishop f5.
5. I'm just wondering whether we can play g4 there and start messing things up.
The idea being,
Takes queen c6. I just start.
yeah, you
Yeah.
still want to take this
Yeah.
pawn, okay.
They've made the time control. I think that Magnus is completely winning. That's my assessment.
As well, he lost a very important tempo here, so the pawn is protected, and he had to play queen c5, bishop f6, and bishop b1. Yes, both players
Yeah.
have reached the
Yeah.
time control.
Yeah. Now that's just positionally lost, actually.
Coming back to the story, when Alexandra came, so someone
yes.
suggested to her a very important line given by the computer, and then Alexandra said, "But I don't care about
Yeah.
what you think with the computer with
Yes.
you."
Yes.
And then she went on showing like an immense amount of what she did during the game when
Yeah.
she calculated during the game, and like how strong she is.
Yes.
Like, that's
Yeah,
only
yeah, yeah.
proof that's how strong she is.
Yeah.
So that's exactly the same.
Yeah. This position is gone because just materially, black is already ahead, and furthermore, white cannot generate threats.
And of course, Alexandra Kostyuk is playing in the semifinals.
She
so we'll
is.
follow
She is.
her games closely
Okay.
tomorrow. Yes.
So
This
Magnus has consolidated. Up and down a bit around the time control, but Magnus basically always on top during that phase. Let's have a look at Sam Shankland.
Well, actually, only a few moves have been played since we left this game,
And they've made how many moves in total?
They just reached the time control. So
Yes.
it will be probably a moment for us to take a small break after we have a look at
Yeah, so
at
he
this
went
game,
he
yes.
went f4 as I suggested.
But he started with king,
King
d3.
d3.
He brought
Okay,
the king
okay.
closer. Bishop c7,
The same
f4,
plan. Yeah.
knight d6, e4. Why didn't he start with f5 before? Okay, he wanted to close the center. e5, knight f7, king c4, and king e7.
Yeah, but this looks pleasant for white. I don't know what he can do. My first thought is to place the knight on c4, but I'm not entirely sure. Because maybe black gets some play with
No, but-
h4 and he gets some play with g5. So
I'm not sure. I think he wants this. No? That's hence,
Yeah.
like, I want to play king knight d8 and knight e6.
Yeah.
And then I can start with h4.
Yeah, but what if I play knight f3 to thwart you?
Okay.
If I play knight f3,
Here.
that's not moving. He hasn't played it, has he? He's played something else. What's he done? Can't see the position.
Let me check if I have that. Just appeared. Knight f1 he played.
Oh, that's it.
So
Yes,
he's going
another good
here.
idea.
Yes. Okay.
Another idea. So
Okay,
knight
let's
f3
see.
was interesting
No,
because now
this,
knight in,
this knight d5.
knight d5,
Yes. Sorry. I have
and it's
to-
certainly better for white, but
And let's say king f7.
king f7. And you're starting to look at a5 and knight takes c7. Is it going to be enough? Probably not.
Maybe you should start with knight c7 and then a5. Or no, not at all.
And maybe you just move the king. Maybe king or rook d1 first.
But I have this here.
Yeah, king b3. And then I've got knight
Knight
takes
c7,
knight c7 and rook d7 check. Okay.
I have no perfect way.
I think it's time for a little break for us, not so long. They've reached the time control, just the 2 games.
2 games were drawn. Yes.
Yeah. So 2 games remaining. They've reached the time control. We'll take a little break. Looks to me like Magnus Carlsen is going to convert. Looks highly likely. This the other one here looks. G4 is a good move, good practical move. He's not going down without a fight. I think he has to create something, so he's going for some chances there. But Sam Shankland is on top, but how much better is he? That's another matter. Maybe not enough.
So we will find
We
out
will see.
in a bit, yes.
We'll join us soon.
So my first interview this afternoon, guest Vidit from India, who just drawed against Jan Duda. I've got a specific question, but take us through the game first.
It was one of those boring Catalans which you see from time to time. It felt like optically that white is slightly better. I have 2 bishops, maybe some squares. I don't really know exactly what I could have done better. But of course, there is usually a way which you can keep more pressure. But the way I played in the game, it felt like too easy for him. I can improve somewhere, but it's not clear where it is. You have to be, I think, be super precise to do so. But yeah, in the game, it was just nothing.
So I was checking the database while you were playing the game, and funnily enough, I found a game between Seturaman against Grachev. It's a 2014 game, it's quite old. And I was wondering if it was part of your preparation or just a coincidence. The game actually changed on move 19, where you played rook dc1 and he played rook ac1. And then it was a bit different afterwards. From your answer, it seems to me it's probably a coincidence.
Yeah. No, I mean, I knew that there is Setu has played and Anand has played with black and stuff like this, but I wasn't really it was not really specific preparation. Okay. It was just something that I played.
More a coincidence than
more a coincidence. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the first game. Tomorrow the second game. I won't ask you more questions because obviously these things could appear again in tie breaks future. So good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vidit.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the official broadcast of the World Cup. And here we have the world champion with us. Hello, Magnus.
Hello.
Would you be so kind to share your thoughts, first of all, of course, about the opening? We will get the board on the screen. Were you surprised by Bishop B2?
Yeah, I was in general. I mean, I just didn't know it very well. So
I cannot believe that you admitted
no.
it.
So what happened is that I thought if he goes for one of these sidelines like A4 and so on, I shouldn't be too worried. So I thought, I'll play something and I'll probably be a bit worse, but we'll get the game, and that's fine by me. But I mean, I guess it's easier said than done. So my only worry here is that I was spending a lot of time, which wasn't ideal. Anyway, yes. I mean, I came up.
These are just the ideas that we were showing. Yes.
So came up with Queen D7 is normal, and here I was just trying to find a way to avoid these positions because it's just a little bit better for white, and obviously very, very limited in terms of winning chances. So instead,
yes,
so
here.
Instead...
no, that's, I know, it could be very confusing here, knight C3.
It's a bit confusing. So
knight A5.
Knight A5. We have, we have that here, knight A5, bishop A2. And he seems to be surprised by C5. I guess B4 is also a normal option here. I mean, I don't know. Knight E2. There was also, I mean, bishop G5 and knight D5, which were serious options. Anyway, knight E2, knight C6.
Knight G3.
Yeah, knight G3. And here again, if I'd had like an hour 20 on the clock, I might have done something else.
But actually, we were discussing, and Nigel said that this was one of the most principled continuations to play D5.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've certainly set up everything to play D5, but there were also other ways to play. Like I could go rook E8, bishop D8, and then knight E7, and so on. Also knight D8, knight E6, but maybe then I've lost some time. Also, I could simply take on A4, which looks a bit strange, but I don't think he's getting the pawn back very, very soon. And if C3, I have knight A5. So this was certainly an interesting option. But then again, I thought BA4. I'm going to play this with 35 minutes left, and then there's going to be all sorts of attacking ideas, and it's not going to be clarified. So that's why I decided to go for D5, knight D5. I thought I might be a little bit worse, but it should in general be drawable.
C3, yes.
Yeah. So if he takes, I think takes bishop F6 should be fine. Yeah. So this was interesting. C3.
This is our analysis.
This is analysis.
So
okay.
then, yes, you should go.
Here is the game. Here is the game. Yeah, C3. Here again, there was F6 possible, but it's always a bit unpleasant. With some knight H4 coming. Like I have to calculate whether I can play G6, and it's even ideas like A, B, and Queen B3. Not in this exact case because of knight A5, but.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly.
Anyway, I decided that I should give up a pawn, and I know that Etienne has played these positions so many times as black, so maybe he'd be more comfortable as black than as white. Because this was also, but in general, yeah, this is very, very interesting. So it's also rook G5 at this point, and then, then who knows? I could go H6. But I wasn't very keen on finding out if there's more than a perpetual or not here for white. So my intention was to play bishop E7 and
if rook E5?
Rook E5, of course. I have to repeat. And I'm not sure if there are better options for white there. At least I couldn't see it. Oh no, this is not the game. So he's taking on b5, which is a very interesting moment because now his bishop on a2 is in huge trouble in many lines. So maybe these lines work better if he doesn't take on b5. But yeah, we didn't really. I didn't have too much time to think about it already. Anyway, what happened? So where's the game? Here, yeah.
There's too many analyses.
Bishop f4.
And
Bishop f4. Like I didn't see
a direct way.
But I thought in general, 2 bishops. Normally there should be more or less enough compensation. So knight e4. Yeah, queen c7 I think is probably important. Let me see.
Do we
where do we have the game?
It's g3. Yes, sorry, we have it here. Like, let me clear. Maybe here, like g3.
Oh, here g3. Yeah, g3 was maybe not forced. Not forced at all.
Were you considering another option?
Maybe there was queen h5. Maybe here I can take on d3. Yeah, I don't know why this is...
Yes, you have to get rid of all this...
Oh, okay.
Rook d3.
Yeah, rook d3. I don't know. Maybe this this worked. Like if here I have g6 and I can take on h2 and I should be completely fine. Yeah.
Here.
But g3 was... very, very risky, since he's always opening up this big diagonal. And here I felt, yeah, bishop e5, f4. Yeah, don't know what else to play. If queen h5 now, I can go g6. I should be comfortable. So f4, bishop d6, queen h5, queen c6.
Magnus, I'm sorry, could we go back here? We considered a number of options and maybe f5.
Yeah, this f5, this was interesting. If I can go c4. If he goes f6, I go rook e8, I think. And yeah, stop me if I'm blundering something. But
no, well, actually, we haven't analyzed this with the computer, so
yeah.
it's very important.
I thought
to
in
have
general,
your
like
thoughts here.
I'm playing with many more pieces here, so I should be doing great. That was my main point, and this rook e8 is important since now obviously I'm never getting mated. So I thought I was doing great here.
Okay.
Maybe it's not clear.
Then yes.
Yeah, for there was also d4, but maybe I can even consider rook a8 now. Because yeah, rook e1, rook e8, bishop b1. Maybe he gets what he wants, but I thought rook a8.
So then we you scroll down a little bit. That's the game. Here.
Yeah. So
c4. Here.
Yeah, c4.
Oh, this one here. That's the game. When you see these moves, yes, that's the game.
So c4. Yeah. Now I was already feeling very, very comfortable. d4. I don't see what else. Yeah, and I could go f5, but I didn't see the way here more than a perpetual. And
oh yeah, we tried something like to play in a positional way, but maybe there was not enough. Like queen h1, queen f3, then take.
And then take bishop d. Yeah.
Yes, bishop d5, and just to create some mating threats. But
yeah, but maybe. But I thought my position was very good even without.
So rook d8.
Rook d8. Yeah, if he takes, just queen d6. I mean, his bishop is dead and his king is forever weak. So I don't think he can survive this.
So what was like another critical point? Because I think later during the game.
Let's. I mean, he also had knight d2, but I think also there I was doing very well. Yeah, this d5 was. This I think I should have just gone queen b6 here. To be honest, it was very, very tempting to sack the...
But then that was the idea which was mentioned by Nigel. Did it work? Like knight f6 here, for trying for some perpetual, then you take, Queen G4, King H1, and Queen F5
and
here.
Queen F5.
Does it work, actually? We were not sure. Maybe you will clear this for us.
Maybe it does.
It was a very beautiful
I mean, I have moves like Bishop E5, Bishop F4.
But then Bishop B1.
Then Bishop B1? No, but...
then you can take and check Rook
yeah,
A, probably, yes.
Yeah, and if he takes,
and
then
now
Bishop
B1? You can run with your king,
mate,
probably.
so
Yes, Rook E1.
This must be mate, yeah.
So this actually didn't work.
I mean, it's not immediately obvious that it's mate. I mean, it should be mate. Oh yeah, it's mate. Yeah, Bishop D2, or he has to give up the queen, at least.
Yes, Rook E1. It is a very important moment.
Yeah, maybe this was working. Like D5 was, in general, a shock to me. Also, there was Queen D. There was also a Bishop C5 here, and just going away. But I thought here he's at least somehow hanging on.
Yes, his king is very exposed, of course.
But I don't know, some G4 maybe and Queen G3. I was not so sure if this was something big, but I didn't see a win after the queen sack, but I thought it would be very, very difficult for him.
And so his last mistake probably was when he played Queen D5. Did he have a defense here?
Yeah, so
I think a little bit later.
So King F1.
When he
I played Bishop C8, Queen G2. Here maybe Queen D5 was. This was the last moment. Maybe you could go Queen C7. Because when he goes Queen D5, Rook D8 is just all over. Maybe you could have somehow saved the game here. Bishop F5, Queen C5 back. Bishop E4.
And maybe King
H3. It still looks lost to me, but like Rook B8, Rook A8, and now I'm finally escaping. But maybe there was some
practical chance.
Maybe there was some study-like way for him to hold, but I didn't see it. Here also, I thought he should have gone back. As a matter of fact, there was no need to play Queen C5, and I was going to go for this, and I thought this was winning. But when I played Bishop E6, of course, I wanted to repeat moves once with Queen G2 and Bishop F5 back before to gain some time, because I was pretty short of time always.
Congratulations.
Anyway, I just wanted to.
Yes.
I thought the
final position
was really nice because. I mean, after King G7, of course, everything is protected, and I was even going to play Bishop H5 at some point to protect F7, and the position could not be more solid, and of course there's no hope for him.
Thank you, Magnus. This was such an important win with black. Actually, what I wanted to know that yesterday you had to go through such a grueling tiebreak, so we saw a sign of relief, of course, after you won a match. And how do you go and how do you sleep and prepare for the next one? Then?
No, of course I was really tired yesterday evening as well. But yeah, I had a decent night's sleep. I didn't know what to expect today, to be honest, since Etienne has played 4 tiebreaks in a row, so I thought he would need the rest. So, I mean, frankly, I thought he was just going to try and force a draw, and then to play sharply, to give himself a rest day, and to play sharply as black, you know, hoping, like Wojtaszek did, hoping that I make a mistake in a sharp position. I thought that was going to be his strategy. Obviously, we got a sharp game this time instead, but I think I was never in particular danger.
Okay, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
And we will be back in a few seconds with Nigel Short.
Welcome. I was coming back to the studio, Almira, and then some guy had taken my job. He was sitting here.
You mean stole your job?
Stolen my job. So anyway, seriously, it was an absolute delight to have the world champion here. It's very difficult for us to get him, and he only agreed to come for 10 minutes maximum. So it was wonderful that he was sitting down, and we all enjoyed hearing him and his thoughts on the game. They may not be, and in fact I'm sure they are not the same as the stronger engines that you have there, but there is a reason why he's the world champion, because he sees so much. And so very good to see. He just mentioned one last thing off camera. He was surprised that
by the opening choice. Yes.
Yeah, he said he thought that Etienne might have gone for a draw from the off, you know, maybe a 4 knights game, you know, one of these sort of dull openings. And the reason for that is quite simple, just because Etienne has played several tie breaks, and he thought that his energy might be down, and therefore in a 1-game match, even with the black pieces, he would have better chances than playing a 2-game match. So it was a very interesting psychological observation, perspective.
Yes.
Again from Magnus.
Nigel, and we still have one more game.
We do.
Yes, let's get back to this one. Sam Shankland is trying to squeeze something out of his position. Did he succeed? So he brought his knight on d5.
Yes.
And how did it happen actually? Because they continued like this, knight d8, knight d6, and a5 here. He started with a5 here.
So,
should we...
yeah, just... so he's got some b6 ideas, basically, when this is taken, and in fact that's what happened.
Let's see. I think, could you include knight d5 first? But it's, I mean, that's what I was thinking about, but I was not sure. Knight d5.
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you want your knight. Maybe you want king b5 and knight c4. So, for example, so that's another matter.
Okay, so that's why he started with a5.
Yeah, depends on the position.
Okay, rook d1 and knight d4 here was played. So, of course, but what happens? You don't want to take here, no? Knight d4 takes.
You know, possibly you do. Maybe you want.
Then maybe you will run.
I'm worried about the pawn. Maybe you want knight d5 check, as has happened, and well, absolutely trivial. I thought his idea was more to annex. I thought the idea of this breakthrough was to annex the A pawn in some position. So we've got another move here,
and king f7. Yes.
So if you take on d4, I start to worry about this A pawn creating sufficient chances. The bishop on d8 is passive, but on the other hand, it ties white down to the defense of his b6 pawn.
Okay, but if it, you know, I realize that I'm a materialist in this way because I'm so afraid.
You're a capitalist, Almira, aren't you? You're a capitalist.
But I'm also thinking that it gives you a way also to free your rook, to give a check.
Yes,
maybe that's.
But it's possible that, I mean, there are some other interesting moves.
Let's see.
Knight c7 is an interesting move because that c pawn could become strong, or you could just take on a5 and then sort of come back. That's what I'm with your pieces. I think that's what you're looking for.
You mean if we go for the most straightforward line, then you will simply take on a5 here, yes? Something like this.
Yeah, that's...
You can also bring your rook here.
To d8.
No, I mean before, like here, you could start.
No, you know,
I was thinking about this, and this.
It's probably also...
But then rook c8.
Yeah, then bishop a5. It's probably just winning.
Okay. So knight c7, we cannot take, probably. Can I start? I cannot start with knight e6 because then you have this.
Yes.
And we are losing the piece. Sorry.
Sorry, you've got knight takes rook, by the way. Knight c7 threatens knight takes rook. That is the whole point.
Also, yes.
That is the whole point of knight c7, Almira. You confuse me.
Yes, I confused you.
Yeah,
but I wanted
I'm a
to
little
take
bit.
this.
But okay, let's have a look. Takes. b6, for example. Bishop takes d4 now. Takes, rook takes d4. And
one thing, Nigel, are you forced to take then if we are continuing?
No, king b5.
King b5,
that's
I was
probably
thinking
a
about.
much better move, and that looks
and
like
then
game
king
over.
c6, yes,
game
and
over.
then you
King
can
takes b6 even, and king b7, and that's game over. Well done.
So then we cannot go. Then I don't think that you can take here. Knight c7, you have to move your rook. Okay, rook c8, but then we can take here.
Then we take. And the thing is that king takes c5 at some moment is just going to become a big threat, like now, in fact, because there is always rook d7 check coming at some moment. Once the knight goes, for example, to b3 or something, you know. So rook d7, this can enter at a very, very inconvenient moment.
Okay, for the moment we cannot take this because there is knight b3, knight a5.
You can.
I can?
Yeah. So it's a threat.
Let's say we make a move. I don't know which one.
How are you making a move? Yeah, that's the first
question. I don't even know.
The first question. Maybe
okay,
bishop e7.
No, but I want to take that. Okay, let's say king e7. Can you take?
No. I can.
No, because I can even have this and
that's
take.
Right.
Yes. You cannot take. So that's
okay. So I want something. I want something else. No, rook c1, Almira, instead.
Where it's taken. Yes, sorry. Here, no, not this variation. Here, rook c1 here. Okay, so I cannot take.
You can't take.
Do we have a move then? After knight c7?
Well, it's a different. I mean, that sort of position takes. Maybe bishop e7. I don't know. But then bishop c3 again. So we start going around, and this looks like agony. Total agony. If bishop d8, we can take and take on...
can take with the
rook.
rook.
And then we got rook d7 check. It looks... I mean, you would have to do something else, but yeah. How is the time?
Time 10 minutes for
10
Sam
minutes.
Shankland and 15 minutes for Sergei Karyakin.
People really do get tired at these moments.
But look at Sam Shankland's concentration. He is calculating the variations over and over again.
Yeah.
So he's trying to...
Doesn't he look like, I don't know, he's got that sort of intensity.
Yes, exactly. He
Yeah.
is so intense. But he knows that there might be a win here.
Yeah, oh, sure.
So
Disregarding the height, he maybe looks like one of those dwarves in Lord of the Rings, you know.
oh, this one I haven't seen.
You've never seen Lord of the Rings? Oh my goodness! I went to school with Gandalf. He went to my school. Gandalf went to.
And
He was actually head boy at my school. I'm not joking, but
So I think he went for bishop d4, Nigel.
yeah, that
I think,
could be a4. A4.
yes, that's what we said, that you need to run. Okay, you had two options, rook c8, but then maybe...
Maybe his idea is just rook
Okay, you have...
Yeah, but rook c7 maybe is... his idea is knight c7, but does it work?
You mean after a4?
Yeah, a4, knight c7.
Sorry.
Okay. Takes. I take it on c7. Okay, rook not there, rook d8.
Rook d8.
So king,
Okay, then-
king e7 maybe is okay.
King e7. Can I go for this, Nigel? Rook b5?
King b5, a3.
King b5, yes.
a3. It's a fast one.
Yes, you're faster.
Yeah.
No, but first of all, I had this rook. No, wait. You are taken and a2. Okay, we cannot do this.
Yep. So I haven't quite got it. I haven't quite got Sam's. Can he do it? A4, knight c7,
Let's try once
takes,
again.
takes.
But why don't you play rook c8? Well, that's.
I was
you mean
I was
this?
bothered about this one,
This
and I'm not quite sure what I'm bothered. Rook g7, and then I'm just coming to take things. Still not so easy, by the way.
No, this I don't like. Okay.
We're struggling at this time. It's that time of day where our brains are struggling, and that's why.
Okay, we tried. What did we try? King e7 here. Nigel, maybe. You know, I was blundering already in in this line. I realized this because you somehow tricked me because I was queening. Yes. That's why we are struggling.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
No. There
You
was some
tricked
rook
me.
c8. No, so I have to go rook c8 earlier.
Yes, but rook c8, then I
right.
play king b6.
No. So I have to play it earlier, much earlier.
But how?
With the king on f7.
Okay, so here.
Yeah. Okay.
So rook c8, that's what we tried.
Yeah.
Sorry, here. Rook c8.
Can I tell you my Sir Ian McKellen story? Am I allowed to do that?
Yes.
He's a very fine Shakespearean actor, and I know you like Shakespeare, and you may not have seen Lord of the Rings because it's New Zealand cinema, and I know you're a bit snobby about New Zealand cinema, Almira, but I once, and this is absolutely true, I once tried to break into Sir Ian McKellen's house, and I was It was by accident. I swear this is a completely true story. I was staying at a friend's in London, and they happened to live next door, literally next door to Sir Ian McKellen. And I had a simul somewhere out in Essex that evening, and somebody came in a car to pick me up. And I went off to the simul and I played whatever, 25, 30 boards. And we finished very late. And then I was driven back into London. I was kind of dropped off there. And of course, I've got the keys because it's extremely late. So I go to the house. I'm trying to get in. I'm just wondering why the keys are not working.
You were trying to break in?
I was trying to break into Gandalf's house. I swear this is absolutely true, this story. I suddenly realised, God, I'm at the wrong place. I'm just next door. And thankfully, he was away in somewhere or other. He was in Hollywood. And God, otherwise I would have been arrested, But, anyway.
But weren't you arrested somewhere in Germany? I mean, you were given a fine for crossing.
We're with Vladimir Kramnik. Yeah, we were fined in Germany. You'll get me into trouble, Almira. Don't.
No, you were fined for crossing, on the street, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it was on a Sunday, and it was on a Sunday afternoon. There was not a car within 10 kilometres of where we were, and some quiet German side street, and we crossed on a red light, Vlad Kramnik and and we just got. I mean, the police just appeared and fined us, and we thought, you can't be serious. And there's a car nowhere near here, but the Germans, you know how it is with their laws, can't escape.
Well, those are very dogmatic. They didn't want to see the situation from your perspective.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. Rook c8 was played.
Yeah.
So he decided to activate his rook. Probably that other line was losing. And okay, but then they transpose. So you can take, give check. And where do you go here?
You go to
I can
King e6.
No, King e6, and then it's not. No, it's not the same line.
Yeah.
Okay, then what does he want here? No, but yes, they transpose. Yeah, they transpose.
No. Hang on a second. Check.
This and you take.
Rook
yes,
takes.
rook takes. Yes. This
takes.
Mm-hmm. You have b6.
And then you King d7, King b5.
Yes. Oh,
if a4
and you take.
No, if a4, which is we can even take that, and then we come around. That looks like it's winning.
Yes, this is exactly the transposition from the line that we've analyzed. So, I thought b6, but yes, King b6, a4, King b7. So this doesn't work. Knight c7. Could we bring the king then here? Nigel, King
yes,
d7.
And King b5. Bishop takes c7, Rook c4.
Rook c4. Okay, that's...
We're always going to get the same position, aren't we?
Unless, do I have a4 here?
Rook takes c7, check.
Oh.
I've got you. I've got you under my skin. I'll sacrifice anything. Come what might. For the sake of having you near.
Okay, but if this is a straightforward...
Yeah, maybe he's in good shape.
Okay, let's see. This is what we've been analyzing. But here we don't have to take. If that one is losing, then we.
How are you going to not take?
I don't know. I don't have this here because you will simply take and play rook a7.
Yeah, this is not working. So is there some miraculous way you can keep my king out? It's like you're always losing this one. I've got too many tempi. The pawn is on h2. This is really important, I think, because sometimes you can just... I've got these extra tempi.
Well, and these pawns are so weak, so even if I will manage to infiltrate like some...
No, I'm talking about takes. I'm just looking at this pawn endgame. So let's say king b5 takes,
yes, take.
King c6. Okay, and now b6, for example. And now b5.
I mean, you're keeping
b5
okay.
check. Okay, and then king b6.
Can I go here?
Like, maybe.
Then king b6, king d5.
King d5 is probably going to win. Maybe I can do that better.
How can you do this better? Maybe you have to stay.
King c7.
Yes, you have to stay here. So
yeah, I stay here. King c7.
Okay.
So we're going to get king b5.
King b7.
King b7. e6. King Kong. Takes. And then here, and now h3.
You have to
so king e. Maybe I do it the other way around. So king h3. What do you do here? King e7. King c7. King e6. King d8. King
maybe
d5.
Yes. h3.
Yeah.
Yes.
King e7. Here. King f6. So it didn't work.
But we need to include h4.
No, hang on a second. King f3. Takes. King takes g3. King takes f5. Takes. Oh, God. Can we make some more moves? And it's a draw or something. Oh, God.
We managed it.
We need.
Yeah. And there is no check, actually, so...
We need more pay for these variations. We should get paid for the length of our variations, not for the quality, obviously.
But then, Nigel, wait. I need to leave my pawn on h2, but can I do this? Can I obtain this endgame with the pawn on h2?
I have no idea.
So you will not be able to... Well, I have to win a tempo, so you have to play king g2 and king h2.
I think what I do is I do it the other way. So...
maybe it doesn't
no, hang on a second.
Yes.
King b5. Let's do that again. How do
we
right?
started with e6 immediately.
Yeah, okay, e6. Okay, so we go here. We do that. Hang on a second.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to. I wanted to promote before.
Yeah. So we go here, and what if we just
Can I
play king
c5
c5 first? You know, I'm going to win. So you go.
But are you?
Yeah, I'm going to win. Now I win. No, king d6. The h4 will win there. h4 wins. h4.
Sorry.
h4.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. And then there's... Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just completely gone.
Then could we do something better for black?
Yeah.
So is this winning? Well, he's going for this line anyway, so rook d7.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out.
King e6. Mm-hmm.
Commentators should play live blitz in parallel. Well, in fact, we do play blitz, don't we? Strangely enough.
Well,
after the... Yeah, so we've got this endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Sam Shankland has written something about endgames. He's been writing all these books on pawn endgames, so he ought to know what he's doing. He's been solving all these exercises as well.
yes, but we've tried every possible line, so we couldn't find a defense here.
No, I don't
for
think there
yes,
is a
so-
defense.
And these images are so powerful once
Yeah.
again. Like
No, it's just...
he-
no,
he-
it's...
it's just
Yeah. Must be winning. Must be winning.
So how did we go here? Yes, king b4. Mm-hmm. And we didn't find a defense.
Anything.
And we have it on the board.
Yeah, we've got this.
King b6. We didn't try this one.
It's not going to make any difference. King c4, king d4. You've got to move at some point. Yeah, I
King
mean, all of that. You can't keep this position.
Yes. Do we try this king d4? Mm-hmm. No, you cannot keep the
Yes.
position
Yes.
for long.
No, it's a winning position. That's for sure. Just you need to be half awake, and I'm pretty certain he's got this.
So let's see this line. Did we see this line like king b6? So king c4, king c6, king d4. But actually, can you do something like this to win a tempo? No, you
could
like
not,
king d7,
king
king d5,
d5.
b6.
Yeah, but then I just go
Yes,
back.
you just
Let's
go-
back.
you go
I
the other
go back
way.
and round. We're always going to get the same game. I think Sergei knows he's lost, but he's kind of looking for some miracle here.
You see two different postures. Yes.
Yes. One is intense concentration. The other, and Sam is sniffing blood, and he's going to put him in Volkswagen
So-
eventually. King d4, there's nothing to be done. Is Karyakin winning? No. That's...
So
It's the fact that we have these two tempi, extra tempi with h3 and h4, that this is going to be decisive.
He's still thinking.
He's going to do it. Yeah, there it is, the centralization. And the whole point is that black cannot meet this with king d6. So he's gone b5. It isn't going to make any difference. He can play his king back somewhere. King d3 is maybe a good move here. He can go all the way back. King d3.
Mm-hmm. No, but it's like here now that you cannot keep the position any longer. Maybe you can start with h3.
No, don't wait. No. There's no need to do that. You just win the pawn. No.
But how do you do here? Like, where do you go with your king? It's very concrete. That's, I mean, now that you didn't keep the position with king d7 and b6, so that's what I was thinking.
Of course.
Then I will simply win a pawn. Yes. Pawn, so, and keep my pass pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
We shuffled these positions like around so many times, so now we know the ideas here. I think after h3, you'll simply lose on this pawn.
Yes.
This. Sam Shankland is so, he's staying so focused, tensed. And he wants to be sure, of course, that h3 is winning. If not h3, then what?
And maybe even h4 is the same.
Oh, but also with the same idea. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't like to do that on principle, but it must be the same.
Mm-hmm. Maybe h3 also allows h4.
I'm just starting to worry about g5, h4, f4 tricks, and when you've been here for so many hours, and we're now, whatever it is, it's 4 hours, 4 3/4 hours. Almira, I have a thought sometimes that, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit of a snob here. Je suis un snob. But I think a lot of people who are in their daily jobs, they don't know what intense concentration is. Do you know what I mean? That people, they go to the office, and I'm not saying they're asleep when they go to the office, that they have some jobs to do, there's some task, maybe some emails to answer, things like that, where they need some focus, but they don't have this intensity of concentration that is required for chess. So that's it. So
Kayakin
has resigned. That is a look of relief from Sam Shankland.
A sensational win? Can I qualify this win?
I would not say a sensational win. Yeah, well, look, I think it's a very important win.
In their first encounter.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Shankland is a very fine player. One of those who you would not say, was a great prodigy like some other people who've come up in the chess world, but someone who reached a very good level. And then through persistent hard work has raised his game and gone up considerably. So, good, very, very good for him. And
for the moment, yes, we don't have the result here.
It will come up in. Oh, there we are.
Yes. It's still missing. Yes,
still missing.
Sam Shankland just won against Sergei Karyakin. We have 2 draws, and Magnus Carlsen beat Etienne Bacro with black pieces.
And sometimes, it's like that in the United States. Now you have a number of players who are immigrants. You have some very, very strong players who've come into the US. They're not US born, and there's a large number of them. Some people count Fabiano Caruana as an Italian, which is kind of ridiculous because the guy is basically completely American. But there are Wesley So, Linnea Dominguez, and so on and so forth, and Levon Aronian now, and it's getting tougher at the top, and maybe this competition is also spurring on Sam. I think he's a very, very hard-working player, gifted player anyway. But it's like one of those things that you constantly have to raise the bar if you're in the US.
Well, and especially when you're in such a competitive environment.
Yes.
So congratulations to Sam Shankland for such an impressive victory. He actually won in a very fine positional style against Sergei Karyakin, which is not an easy task.
Yeah, and one thing you say about Sergei, he doesn't go down easily. He certainly puts up tremendous resistance. Magnus Carlsen struggled to beat him in their World Championship match. So to win this game, yes, it is an achievement, possibly a sensational achievement, depending on your point of view. It is an achievement, and he will go through to tomorrow with some confidence. We've got our last thing. We've got to mention our sponsors. Otherwise we get sacked. Gazprom is our general partner of the championship, colossal global energy company. And then Nornickel is a leading Russian metals and mining company. It's the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel and palladium. So, and our last one is Phosagro, is one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers. And as a farmer, I'm very, very grateful to them. I'm an olive farmer. I have my lemons and oranges and avocados and figs as well, but mainly olives. So as a farmer, I appreciate fertilizer, and they are Phosagro they're working with the partner of the Russian Chess Federation, also a strategic partner of FIDE. We're very grateful to them. We have a number of other, what's the technical term? I always forget. Every day I'm here. Partners, sponsors here.
I think we should get a sponsor, which would improve our memory.
Yeah, that's it. Amnesiacs. I'm a member of Amnesiacs Anonymous. I've forgotten I am. So
please come back tomorrow.
Yeah. So we've got them all here, and please join us at the usual time tomorrow, 3 p.m. Sochi time. And we're delighted to have the women playing tomorrow.
So we will have even more games, to
We will,
analyze. Yes.
indeed.
I'm really looking forward to commentating the women's event. So,
Absolutely.
and yes, we'll be back tomorrow, and we're so happy to have you every day.
Please join us then.